administrative challenges in the rapid development of time has created a dynamic and diversity. Administrative science has also become one of the sources of values, moral, aesthetic, ethic, and guidance that accompanies development to address challenges. It has prompted the establishment of State College of Administrative Science, or STI-ALAN, which has now transformed into the NIPA School of Administration in order to meet the public's need for an excellent human resource through a quality vocational and professional education, as well as acquire the ability to face the administration and development challenges.
Selamat datang di Politeknik STI-ALAN Jakarta.
Initially, the NIPA School of Administration was established as the State College of Administration Science (PTDIAN) under the regulation of the First Minister's Decree of the Republic of Indonesia Number 578 MP 1960. Furthermore, through the Presidential Decree Number 100 of 1999, PTDIAN was transformed into a STI-ALAN, which is designated as a service college to organize academic and professional education programs in the field of administrative science for state, official of central and local government, state and regional-owned enterprises, as well as the Indonesian national military and the state police of the Republic of Indonesia. In accordance with regulation of the head of the National Institute of Public Administration, number 15 of 2017, on organization and management, the NIPA School of Administration, starting in January 2020, STI-ALAN has transformed into the NIPA School of Administration to perform vocational and professional education, not only for civil servants in particular, but also for general students. To achieve success and excellence of our education, the NIPA School of Administration has developed a requisite vision and mission. The NIPA School of Administration organizes through vocational and professional education program, including the Apply Undergraduate Program, the Apply Master Program, and the Apply Doctoral Program accredited by the National Accreditation Body (BANPT). The Apply Undergraduate Program consists of three following programs of study: Public Sector Business Administration (ABSP), has two concentration: Entrepreneurship and Marketing Plan. ABSP program of study is the only program of study in Indonesia which combines the science of public administration and business administration. Here are the vision and mission of ABSP program of study. Career opportunities of the ABSP graduates are entrepreneur, startup initiator with business management expertise and skill. The graduates are able to see business problems holistically and solve them creatively. Manager or administrator, as professional with business leadership skill and ability to create marketing and operational plan for a well-qualified company. Human Apparatus Research Management MSD-MA program with a vision of becoming an excellent vocational program of study in the field of Human Apparatus Research Management in 2021. MSDMA apply a one-step ahead learning method with e-learning that can be accessed from anywhere. MSDM's vision and mission are career opportunities of the MSDMA graduates are Human Resource Consultant, Human Resource Specialist, Training and Development Managers, Human Resources Analyst, Human Resources Manager, and many more. The State Development Administration (APN) has for concentration, development management, archival management, police analysis, and asset management. APN is a program of study that focuses on science and the ability to implement knowledge of the field of state development administration related to government policies. Here are the vision and mission of APN program of study. Career opportunities of the APN graduates are civil servant in governmental institutions such as ministries, agencies, and regional government, employees of financial institution, manager or staff of the non-government.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tes, selamat pagi.
Halo.
Pagi,
Cek,
apakah
cek.
suara saya terdengar?
Cek. Tes.
Masuk ya?
Masuk ya? Oke.
Halo?
Halo. Tes.
Tes.
Sip.
Tes.
Halo, tes.
Halo, selamat pagi. Terdengar? Oke.
Prof. Pagi, Prof. Prof
Selamat-
Nurlia.
Terima kasih Prof Nurlin dan juga kepada Pak Adi Suryanto sudah hadir terlebih dahulu. Mohon maaf, saya mohon izin sebelumnya. Saya Keisa yang nanti akan memandu sesi moderator. Untuk sebelum persiapan acara, maaf boleh bisa kami saling mengecek kendala teknis yang mungkin ada ya, mungkin dari suara ataupun video. Mungkin kita bisa periksa dulu. Untuk dari tim protokol, tim Pak Adi, apakah suara saya terdengar jelas?
Cik.
Untuk tim protokol. Oke, baik. Untuk Profesor Nurliah Nurdin, bisa dicek sound dulu, Bu. Oh ya, mohon maaf tolong di-unmute untuk tim IT dari untuk Profesor Nurliah dan juga Pak Adi. Selamat pagi. Bu Direktur sudah hadir? Teman-teman IT bisa tolong di-unmute untuk para key speakers kita.
Izin, Bapak Ibu, kami protokol apakah mengecek suara, apakah kedengaran suara kami?
Ya, baik. Terima kasih teman-teman protokol sudah terdengar. Sudah aman ya?
Jelas ya Mbak ya, jelas ya?
Ya, jelas. Terima kasih Mas Oscar dan teman-teman.
Oke, terima kasih.
Ya, nanti acara akan kami mulai jam 8. Kami sekarang sedang melakukan pengecekan terlebih dahulu. Untuk Profesor Nurliah Nurdin, sudah bisa cek suaranya?
Tes.
Oke, ya. Aman ya?
Lagi cari background virtualnya nih.
Oh,
Prof, mohon berkenan untuk menyapa para speakers ya, Prof. Sabar. Mau ini biar background dulu. Terima kasih Pak Adi Kepala LAN yang sudah berkenan hadir. Insya Allah segera kita mulai acara kita dan para speakers. Saya lagi mencari backgroundnya nih, mohon maaf.
Iya, tidak apa. Baik, terima kasih. Dan juga Profesor Agus Pramusinto. Selamat pagi, Profesor Agus Pramusinto. Bisa boleh dicek suaranya, Prof?
Iya, sebentar.
Profesor Agus Pramusinto.
Ya, selamat pagi.
Oke, selamat pagi. Terdengar ya Pak ya? Aman insya Allah. Baik, terima kasih. Mohon menunggu sebentar ya Pak. Sebentar lagi kita akan mulai acaranya. And already we here with us, Profesor Brilliantes, Alex Brilliantes. Good morning, sir. Profesor Martada, good morning to you. Can you please check your sound quality and also video quality just to make sure that we won't have any technical issues? Team IT, please unmute Profesor Brilliantes and Profesor Martada. And also Mrs. Nabukira Madinah. Welcome, Ms. Nabukira Madinah. Good morning.
Please unmute me. Hello. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
This is Professor Brilliantes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you because I was unmuted by you, but I'm unmuted now. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Terima kasih banyak.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Okay, can we?
Mbak Kesia, would you give me a moment, please?
Oh yeah, sure. Go on.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Kesia, our moderators, our MC, our MC for today. I will be very happy to welcome everyone, especially for the keynote speakers, for Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, who's going to be opening remarks also, and Dr. Adi Suryanto, the head of NIPA Indonesia. My colleague, Professor Martada, how are you there?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Nurliah. How are you?
Hope you are
Inshallah,
well.
one day we're going to Musangking farming, yeah?
Yeah, inshallah.
And Professor Alex Brilliantes, how are you there, sir?
Fine, thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak. Apa
Yeah.
kabar?
How is COVID condition over there? Is everything going
It's
here?
okay.
Everyone get vaccinated already?
Oh, yeah, not some. I think 40%, but could be better.
Or not more than 50% vaccinated?
I think so. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, okay. Hopefully we all get well. And Nabukera Madina, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine.
Alhamdulillah. How is everything in Uganda? How is COVID there?
COVID is reducing in terms of infections, but immunization is still at 3%.
Oh, that's really low.
So,
But people there still trust that COVID exists, right?
yeah.
Okay. And it's my friend, Professor Yung Hun An. How are you? Professor Yung, are you there?
Yes. Check.
Our speakers from South Korea. Professor Yung, are you around? Okay, maybe he's coming. But I welcome you and I'm happy to have you all. We're going to have this.
Thank you.
Hey, Professor Yung, how are you?
Okay. Yes. Sound is very good. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. I think South Korea gonna be a sample, yeah, for how to cope with the COVID.
Yeah. Now on the corner of autumn season, so a little bit chilly.
How is COVID there away? Okay, I think our MC, Mbak Keisha, you can start having our conference right now. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's my honor.
Thank you very much, Budir. Thank you very much, all honorable guests. We have confirmed that the microphone and also the video is okay. Now, let's start the meeting. I will turn the event to the Master of Ceremony. Let's start.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Welcome to the third ICogPASS 2021. May peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon us. Praise to Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. We are gathered here today and attend this enlightening event. First of all, we would like to introduce ourselves. Hello everyone, my name is Hanin Ditya Putri Maludin.
And my name is Ricky Samudra Putra Yunus.
And we will be the Master of Ceremony for today's event. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start the conference, there are several rules for all participants. First, all participants can stream this conference through Zoom meeting or YouTube account of Politeknik SDA Land Jakarta. Second, all participants on the Zoom meeting, please mute your speaker during the event. Third, participants can ask questions to the panel speakers through chat on Zoom or YouTube by mentioning your name, affiliation, then your question. And please keep it short and precise.
Fourth, the questions should be written in English. Fifth, a link of attendance form will be available for all participants by the end of the first session. Sixth, for safety measures during this online conference, please sit in a comfortable place, ensure the safety of your electronic device, and ensure your internet connection. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will start in 5 minutes. Please be seated and mute your speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the conference right now. The Honorable Head of the National Institute of Public Administration, Dr. Agus Suryanto, MSI. The Honorable Chairman of Indonesian Civil Service Commission, KASN, and President of Indonesian Association for Public Administration, IAPA, Professor Agus Pramusinto, MDA. The Honorable Director of NIPA School of Administration, Jakarta, Professor Dr. Nulyah Nurdin, MA. The Honorable Speakers and all participants.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We are delighted to welcome you to the third International Conference on Governance, Public Administration, and Social Science, ICogPASS, today, October 18, 2021. NIPA School of Administration, Jakarta, has the honor to present this annual conference with the main topic, Transforming Post-COVID-19 Governance in Dynamic Society, Inclusivity, Accountability, Sustainability, and Globalization. This event was held in collaboration with the NIPA School of Administration, Jakarta, with Indonesian Association for Public Administration, IAPA. In addition, we also partner with several institutions as university partners, namely NIPA School of Administration Bandung and Makassar Campus, Diponegoro University, Indonesia Open University, Jenderal Sudirman University, UPN Veteran East Java, and Parahyangan Catholic University.
The conference aimed to establish international scholars and academic community in contributing to the achievements of scientific studies and forums in the field of governance, public administration, development, and other social science with a different background that able to provide policy input in overcoming issues of inclusiveness, accountability, sustainability, and digitalization of the post-COVID-19 pandemic. This conference is divided into two main sessions, with a complete agenda as follows. First, singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Second, a group prayer. Third, the welcome speech by the Director of NIPA School of Administration, Jakarta. Fourth, the opening remarks by the head of Indonesian Civil Service Commission and opening president of Indonesian Association for Public Administration. Fifth, the keynote and panel speech led by our moderator. And sixth, after the end of this first session, the conference will continue to the second session or parallel session, which is presented by all the selected presenters.
For a moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia
Ladies and gentlemen, the second agenda of this conference is a prayer, which will be led by Mr. Izul Fachureza. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment. Pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala so that our international conference runs smoothly today. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam. And for those of you who are not Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yang bagi li jalal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din, wa afiatan fil jasad, wa ziyadatan fil ilmi, wa barakatan fil rizki, wa taubatan qoblal maut, wa rahmatan indal maut, wa magfiratan ba'dal maut. Oh Allah, today on Monday, October 18, 2021, we gather here to bring about an international conference on governance, public administration, and social sciences, transforming post-19 governance in dynamic society, inclusivity, accountability, and digitalization. Make this international conference as a useful public administration science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of social sciences disciplines. May the conference that we organize bring benefits to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and make us as successful, productive individuals, which in turn will impact the best for our nation. Oh Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are grouped into the blessed persons. Oh Allah, protect us from unintended temptation, show us the right path, and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Give us and our family and our leaders health and rational thinking in taking decision. Show us and make it clear all of the bad things and give us strength to avoid them. Oh Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our doa. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Izul.
Okay, I would like to remind you that right now we have about 103 viewers on YouTube and 313 on Zoom, which is total 416 viewers right now. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to listen to the welcome speech by the director of NIPA School of Administration, Jakarta. Please welcome Professor Dr. Nurliah Nurdin, MA. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you. My humble respect for the head of National Institute of Public Administration, Dr. Agus Pramusinto, MSI. Thank you for delighting this conference. And our respectable speakers and partners, Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, Head of Indonesia Civil Service Commission, KSN, Professor Alex Brilliantes, the Secretary General of Europe, and professors from University of the Philippines. Professor Dr. Ahmad Martada, the Head of Governance and Integrity Clusters, School of Government, College of Law Government, International Studies, University Utara, Malaysia. Dr. Yong Hoon An, Professor and Chief Director of the Public Policy Future Institute from Hensei University, Seoul, South Korea. And Mrs. Nabukera Madina, PhD as the Director of a Female Campus Islamic University of Uganda, and all audience. Praise be to Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. For him we are blessed to attend this peaceful international conference. Dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen, A pandemic of COVID-19 has been disruption various sectors of human life. There is a shift in the mechanism of public service, governance, economic activity, and business process. To accelerate the adoption of technology, so we can survive in the order of the normal era. Governance is on the social dynamic of the continue to flare up. The government after the pandemic comes into a discourse that needs a depth studies to develop a transformation strategy toward a new era of post-pandemic. As a form of seriousness in preparing the strategy towards the governance of the new post-pandemic, the NIPA School of Public Administration Jakarta, together with the Indonesian Association for Public Administration, IAPA, invites all academics, professionals, practitioners, researchers, and the general public to be actively involved in these international discussions. We are very pleased to talk about how this pandemic can make governance transformation dynamic society like inclusivity, accountability, sustainability, and digitalization. My dear speakers and audience, our current situation is unpredictable, disrupted, and challenging as well. As we have seen over the past year, we manage how to adapt and work within this pandemic. Recognizing the challenge we face, government bureaucracy must respond decisively, innovatively to address the devastation that COVID-19 has causing in all sectors and regions. We are already seeing the devastating impact our nations experience. We realize that governments around the world are struggling to find the most effective responses and make some changes after this pandemic. I do believe that South Korea, Philippines, Malaysia, Uganda have the same issues. Dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen, this event was attended by around 200 participants who came from within and outside the country, from the various scientific backgrounds in a Zoom webinar. This doesn't include those attending the plenary session, which is broadcast through our YouTube channels. Through this event, we hope to add our contribution to science, especially in these times of disruptions. The third International Conference on Governance, Public Administration, and Social Science is expected to be a forum that gives birth to the ideas and innovative solutions to face the challenges in the governance of the post-pandemic. The academic practitioners may also help the governments in the gaining solutions through collaborative research, while at the same time, the government keep innovating to be an agile bureaucracy in the era of uncertainty. Ladies and gentlemen, without lingering any longer, I officially led the conference of the Third International Conference on Governance, Public Administration, and Social Science begin. Please welcome our speakers. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Nurdin, for the welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to listen to the opening remarks by Chairman of Indonesian Civil Service Commission and President of Indonesian Association for Public Administration, IAPA. Please welcome Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, MDA. Please, this is yours.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Head of the National Institute of Public Administration, Dr. Agus Pramusinto, all deputies of NIPA, the Director of NIPA School of Administration, Professor Nurdin, and all distinguished speakers. First, Dr. Nabukira Madina, from the Department of History and Political Science, Kiambogo University of Uganda. And second, Dr. Alex Pilantes is a professor at National College of Public Administration and Governance, University of the Philippines, and also Secretary General of Europa, Eastern Regional Organization for Public Administration. And then Professor Dr. Ahmad Martado, he is Head of Governance and Integrity from School of Government, College of Law, Government and International Studies from University Utara Malaysia. And also Dr. Yang Hun An from Korea Research Institute for Local Administration. And last speaker is Professor Dr. Nurliah Nurdin from, he is the Director of NIPA School of Administration at Jakarta campus. The conference committee, IAPA members, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. It is an honor for me to represent the Indonesian Association for Public Administration and also Indonesian Civil Service Commission to congratulate Setialan Jakarta for successfully organizing the third International Conference on Governance, Public Administration, and Social Science. The theme of the conference is Transforming Post-COVID-19 Governance in a Dynamic Society, inclusivity, accountability, sustainability, and digitalization. Today, I feel very honored to give a speech at this very prestigious moment. I express my highest appreciation to my colleagues from NIPA and IAPA who have worked hard to prepare for this international conference. I really thank you very much. Today's theme is very relevant for us to discuss. Not long ago, we were shocked by the Industrial Revolution 4.0 and also 5.0. Now, we are shaken badly by the emergence of COVID-19, which greatly affects our lives. To this day, the production process has been disrupted and economic life has declined considerably. Many schools are closed, public services are not optimal, public transportation is limited, entertainment venues are not opened, and restaurants are limited in the number of people and time. What happens and also what is happening to public administration? It seems that the science of public administration that we have been involved in so far has become obsolete. And I do believe all other scientific fields experience the same thing. And it is our duty as scholars of public administration to review it so that the relevance of our knowledge always keeps up with the theme, with the times. For example, the competencies that must be possessed by government employees are no longer conventional competencies, both regarding public policy making, planning, financial management, and human resource management. The hierarchical organizational structure may have to be overhauled holistically with a more flexible structure. Coordinations between agencies is no longer talking about how many meetings should be held, but through data integration and planning. The large number of government employees is no longer relevant when the process of digitizing and digitalizing public services is going well. And we must realize that the practice of public administration must change with the condition of the new normal. And let's have a look carefully. Are public services becoming more inclusive, or are they only enjoyed by a handful of people? Do digitization and also digitalization make services better? Or do they create more problems in the bureaucracy and society? For example, we do digitization and digitalization, but they are not accompanied by adequate human resources and infrastructure capabilities. What will happen is not an increase in public services, but a decline in the quality provided. Dear ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, I invite all parties to build collaborative works. This is not the time for us to work alone, and therefore let's build collaboration between academics, public administration practitioners, media, civil society, and entrepreneurs. In addition, in the internal bureaucracy, we need to change the way of working that tends to be silo mentality. Everyone needs to work for the greater purpose of the nation, not only to strengthen the interests of their own organization, let alone only for the interest of the individual leaders. We need bureaucratic leaders who think about improving the quality of public policies and services, not just those who think about promotion and power for themselves. We all hope that COVID-19 will trigger change and innovation in our bureaucracy. After the pandemic ends, we can maintain the positive blessings that we have done for the past 2 years. And this is my short greeting. And by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the most gracious and the most merciful God, this conference is officially opened. And thank you very much. Have a happy seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamu warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Agus Pramusinto, for the opening remarks. Before we move to the next agenda, we would like to remind you to join the WhatsApp group that are given to all participants. Now, we will begin the plenary session, which is led by our moderator. Please welcome Ms. Keisha Dinia Solihati, ST.MAB, to lead the session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor. My name is Keisha Dinia Solihati. I am one of the lecturers from NIPA School of Administration, Jakarta, and I'm very honored and pleased to moderating this plenary session. Firstly, we are very thankful for your interest for this event. In total, we have received 421 authors registration, and we have selected until a total of 237 papers to be presented in this conference. Among these participants, we also have international participants from South Korea, Japan, and Malaysia. And this event is an international conference involving several countries with total of 418 participants in this Zoom meeting. Besides that, this conference is also being viewed live in YouTube, where we have reached 183 audiences so far. This year's conference theme is on transforming post-COVID-19 governance in dynamic society, with 4 main sub-themes: inclusivity, accountability, sustainability, and digitalization. As we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has created a dynamic of change at an unimaginable speed. So, moving on, in this conference, we expect for the insights, discussions, and knowledge sharing about how we must transform and cope up with it. Therefore, we have 6 amazing key speakers with us now, who will share resourceful insights, research, expert opinion, or experience on the theme. Thus, I would like to give our very warm welcome to all of our honorable speakers. We have Dr. Agus Suryanto, we have Professor Alex Brillantes, Professor Dr. Ahmad Murtada Muhammad, Dr. Yang, Mrs. Nabukira Madinah, PhD, Professor Dr. Nurliah Nurdin, and of course not to forget,
Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, who has given us the opening speech just now. Okay, thank you all for being us with making this event possible. Before we start the panelist session, may I ask for your permission to have a quick photo first with all of our key and reputable guests. So please don't mind me, sir and ma'am. Kindly follow my lead. I will try to capture and make this moment. Okay, we will have two gestures. The first one is the ordinary smile. Okay, so please, IT team, please help to capture. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. And the second one, can you please do this gesture? Okay, this one, this stands for check mark or V for vocation as an identity of our institution. Okay, thank you. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much for your cooperation. Moving on to the next part, we will jump into the panelist session from all of our 6 key speakers. These sessions will last until 11 o'clock, where the panelists will share their materials. So each panelist will have 15 minutes to present their materials one by one. And then there will be a discussion session until 11 o'clock. So I will also act as a timekeeper, and please don't mind me that I may have to remind you when the time is almost up. And then after everyone has delivered their speech, we will have discussion sessions for about 1 hour. So if any of you of the participants have any questions for the speakers, please write it in the chat box in the Zoom or also in the YouTube live channel, and the committee will select it and read it to us later. Please also write in the question, who do you want to address the question to? Okay, now to kick off the panelist session, let's welcome our first speaker, whom I myself have known him for his great role model and leadership, is Dr. Agus Pramusinto, MSc, the head of National Institute of Public Administration Indonesia. But before I hand over the time to Pak Adi, I would just like to read over quick highlights of his profile. He holds doctorate in political science and masters in administration and public policy from University of Indonesia. He has professional experience in various aspects of state administrations and policy, ranging from education and training of personnel, government planning, performance management, and bureaucratic reform. Even though he is so busy, but in the midst of his busy life, he still wrote books titled Evaluation of Regional Head and Deputy Regional Head Election Management, Regional Conflict in the Formation of Banten Province. His expertise and research areas are in politics and government studies, bureaucratic reform, public administration, public policy, and management of civil service. Now, without further ado, we will turn the time over to Dr. Agus Pramusinto. To Pak Adi, you have 15 minutes to deliver the materials. The time is yours.
Thank you. Terima kasih Mbak Keisha as moderator in this session. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace, mercy, and blessing of Allah be upon you. Praise to be Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. For Him we are blessed to attend this enlightening event. My humble respect for our honorable speakers and partner, Prof. Agus Pramusinto, as Kepala KSN, Ketua KSN, and President IAPA, Professor Elect Professor at University of the Philippines and Secretary General of Eastern Regional Organization for Public Administration for Eropa, Professor Ahmad Murtada Muhammad from University Utara Malaysia, Dr. Yong Hoon Han, Chief Directors of the Public Policy Future Institute in Hansei University of Seoul, Korea. Mr. Nabukera Madina, PhD, the Director of Female Campus Islamic University of Uganda, and Professor Nur Yahnuddin, the Director of NIPA School of Aviation Jakarta Campus. Also all audience and participant, thank you for your attendance and enthusiasm. My dear colleagues, professors, lecturers, researchers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of NIPA School of Aviation, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to the third International Conference on Governance, Public Administration, and Social Science. Under the theme of the conference, Transforming Post-COVID-19, governance in dynamic society, inclusivity, accountability, sustainability, and digitalization. This virtual conference is organized by NIPA School of Administration Jakarta campus in collaboration with Indonesia Association for Public Administration. It is my hope that the third ICogPASS 2020 will be able to achieve its objects in providing an effective forum for academicians, researchers, practitioners to advancing knowledge, research, and technology of humanity. Next slide. Dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by highlighting and appreciating nation's numerous efforts in responding to the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic. In this regard, let me share some perspective, both conceptual and empirical, in the title Transforming Bureaucracy Governance in Post-COVID-19 Era. Particularly in Indonesia, bureaucratic reform has become national agenda since early 2010, with the issues of Presidential Regulation Number 81 of 2010 on grand design for bureaucratic reform 2010 until 2020. Within the national framework of regulation, bureaucratic reform focused on 8 areas of change, including institution transformation, governance, law, regulation, legislation, human resource apparatus, controlling accountability, public service, and mindset and culture set. This presidential regulation is also supported by the Regulation of Minister of State Apparatus Empowerment and Bureaucratic Reform, number 20 of 2010 on 2010 until 2014, Bureaucratic Reform Roadmap. The target of bureaucratic reform are the first, releasing clean government, improving public service, as well as enhancing the capacity and accountability of bureaucratic performance in order to achieve the vision of the world-class bureaucracy in 2005. As a response to the grand design of bureaucratic reform, the government has set priority program as well as the government 5 priority agenda for 2019 until 2024, which focus on the first, accelerating infrastructure development involving structure, interconnection with area of small industries, special economic zone, tourist, rice field, plantation, and fisheries. The second, human resource development agenda referring to maternal and children health and the increase of quality of education, also talent management. The third, wide-ranging investment for employment to minimize investment barriers in accelerating economic growth and employment. The fourth, managing bureaucratic reform, fast responsive public service delivery and permit, also transforming linear monotone and comfort zone mindset into adaptive, proactive, innovative, and competitive mindset. And lastly, the 5, the focus and well-targeted state revenue and expenditure management to ensure the economic advantage of state revenue and expenditure for community welfare. The next slide. As for the implementation of bureaucratic reform for the past 11 years, problem and shortcoming outfire. In general, obstacles and challenges encountered, namely first, cultural mind map, bureaucracy want perform administrative business as usual. Bureaucratic reform rarely released on administrative min map without breaking through action of transformative change. The second, bureaucratic dogma, hierarchy and rigid, dilemma in input-oriented versus output-oriented. Process of transformation is often neglected due to financial and technical reasons. Flexible and innovative thinking and walking still on its long way to proceed. Dear speakers, colleagues, and all participants, on the next slide, you will be presented with some Indonesia position among what countries based on survey released by international institutions. On the first slide, there are 4 graphic anomaly. The Global Competitive Index is of doing business, corruption perception index, and government effectiveness index, which describe Indonesia position over the last 5 years. The Global Competitive Index is a survey released by the World Economic Forum and is taken based on the extent to which countries are able to provide a high level of prosperity for their citizens. The survey assesses 9 variables from each country, which include institution, infrastructure, macroeconomic, health and basic education, higher education and training, market efficiency, technology readiness, business sophistication, and innovation. In the GCI survey, Indonesia position has decreased over the last 3 years from 36 position in 2017 to 50 position in 2019. Out of a total of 140 countries surveyed. In the Ease of Doing Business survey, the World Bank measured the extent to which bureaucratic arrangement and regulatory change have an effect on a country's economic growth. In this survey, Indonesia position tend to rise from the 91 position in 2017 to the 73 position out of 190 countries surveyed. This indicates that bureaucratic reform and improvement of public service have contributed to increase Indonesia economic growth. Every year, the Corruption Perception Index from Transparency International ranks countries of the world based on public perception of corruption in public and political institutions. Indonesia position tend to fluctuated during 2017-2020. In 2017, Indonesia position ranks 196, increase in 2019 by occupying the 85 position and decrease in 2020 to the 102 position out of 180 countries. Last, Government Effectiveness Index is an index elaborated by the World Bank Group that measure the quality of public service, civil service, policy formulation, policy implementation, and credibility of the government commitment to raise these qualities of keeping them high. This index includes 193 countries ranked from minus 2.5 less effective to 2.5 more effective. It is one in a broad set of government quality indicators. The World Bank issues of the Government Effectiveness Index among other 5 worldwide governance indicators: voice and accountability, political stability, regulatory quality, rule of law, and control of corruption. These 6 indexes are considered as dimension of governance. The position of Indonesia in this survey has increased from the 84 position in 2017 to the 73 position in 2019. In addition to the survey above, there are other surveys that illustrate Indonesian position compared to other countries in the world. For example, digital competitiveness index, Indonesia ranks 14 of 140 countries by their digital competitiveness. The competitive of nation in these technologies will determine how prosperous their countries will be in the decades ahead. The Global Talent Competitiveness Index is an innovative annual benchmarking study which encompasses 125 countries introduce the dimension of talent or human capital and its connection to the competition. In this index, Indonesia is in the 65 position out of 125. From the survey above, Indonesia's position is quite competitive compared to other countries. Instead of its stable position, continuous improvement in various lines is highly demanded, considering that Indonesia's position in ASEAN is still far below Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand in the 2020 Global Rank Innovation. Even for Corruption in Perception Index 2020, Indonesia ranked 5 positions after Timor-Leste. We are now facing the question about what are challenges in managing bureaucracy, especially during this pandemic. We map it out at least 4 management challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic. First challenging is command-based performance, which causes subordinates tend to be reluctant to take first action to improve bureaucracy, submit suggestions and input. Second, formal procedure working arrangement. The formality of bureaucracy is too hierarchical. It finally becomes barriers to innovation and realizing flexibility in bureaucracy. Third, stagnancy of bureaucracy has triggered employees facing the fear to create breakthrough and innovation due to risks that follow. Fourth, the ego-sectoral factors makes each institution experience difficulties to perform role of government and data sharing or integration. In addition, for financial aspect, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there were several budget adjustments in several government agencies. This, of course, affect the realization of activities. In the slide 10, this slide shows us the graphic of budget realization on COVID-19 handling and economic relation from the Indonesia government as of September. The highest realization in field of health, social protection, support for micro, small and medium enterprise and cooperatives, priority program and business incentive. This figure is in trillion rupiahs. Transformational leadership in something crucial in bureaucracy, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic era when disruption and uncertainty were widely facing. The quote G.P. Cotter, leader are by definition change maker. When you are called to lead, you are called advance, move forward and improve situation. In the context of Indonesia, President Joko Widodo in his speech once said, officials who have been given to mandate and authority should dare to take risks for the benefit of the people as long as means of good fight and no intention of corruption. So let's bear in our mind that transformational leaderships takes critical role in performing the spirit of bureaucratic reform. There will be no change if leaders cannot take a lead toward better change. Collaborative governance defined as one of solutions to optimize the performance of government during pandemic era. Collaborative governance synergies element of government sector, academic practitioners, media, business, and community in a pentahelic relation to jointly achieve public goals. As simple example of collaborative governance, we may take a look at the Indonesian Task Force for the acceleration of COVID-19 management. This collaborative governance practice is an illustration of what Emerson, Nabachi, and Balogh said about the processes and structures of public policy making and management which engage people constructively across boundaries of public agencies, level of government,
and or the public, private, and civic space in order to carry out public purpose. The Experiential Institute of Public Administration might be relevant. We create digitalization of stakeholders' services in three main activities, namely Civil Servant Competence Development System, the ASN Unggul, or a quality civil service system, and internal digital service. The first, the Civil Servant Competence Development System include formulation of the competent development requirement, e-registration, e-money, e-monef, and e-accreditation in the context of quality assurance and quality of educational and training institution. Second, web-based learning, e-evaluation, and learning tracking in the implementation of ASN education and training through the ASN Unggul platform. Third, international digital services for NIPA employees as such one data integration system, smart office for mailing and attendance reporting services, and cyber security enhancement to protect online data and files. As a means to development the process of development employees toward learning organization during the pandemic, NIPA seek to build and improve the mindset of employee to be more service-oriented according to the new branding launched by President Joko Widodo on July 29, 2021. We call it Greeting from NIPA Leaders, Pimpinan Lan Menyapa, program where our NIPA leaders greet all employees in each work unit via Zoom meeting. And this is not only way to showing empathy and carrying out of the leaders, but also maintaining organizational stability and providing direct support to employees to keep working effectively in this pandemic era. As I conclude briefly, the state civil apparatus has a very important role in transforming bureaucracy governance in the post-COVID-19 pandemic era. Therefore, not only bureaucratic reform does not only focus on its structure and system, its talented and qualified employees also matters. One of the strategy performed by a government to improve the quality of public official is talent management development. It is a process of implementing an integrated strategy or a system to improve working environment conditions by developing a process of recruitment and selection, development, engagement, and retaining employees with particular expertise and talent in order to meet the dynamic need of the organization. Practically, there are 2004 government agencies appointed to hold pilot project for assessing the application of talent management, and factually, NIPA has successfully achieved an excellent category for its merit system index. Last but not least, NIPA as a think tank organization in the field of policy studies and innovation is committed to continue creating breakthrough of bureaucratic reform in attempt to support the agile world-class Indonesia bureaucracy in the era uncertainty. Thank you for your attention. Thank you and sincere regard. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Agus Pramusinto, for the speech and the highlights of some challenges and opportunities in achieving bureaucratic reforms after the pandemic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our second speaker. He is Professor Alex Brillantes Jr. He is Filipino political scientist and expert of local government and development administration. He is a professor at the National College of Public Administration and Governance, University of the Philippines, and also a Secretary General of Eastern Regional Organization for Public Administration, or EROPA. Professor Brillantes has a PhD and MA in Political Science from the University of Hawaii at Manoa, and Master in Public Administration and AB in Political Science from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He was the Dean of the University of the Philippines and Executive Director of the Local Government Academy. He is also currently a member of the Board of Trustees at the Galing Puk Foundation and Local Government Development Foundation. His expertise and research areas are anti-corruption, comparative public administration, decentralization, development and underdevelopment, and governance of institutions and development. For the next 15 minutes, Professor Alex will be sharing with us. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Alex Brilliantes Jr.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak. I'm very happy to be a privilege to be part of this very, very important conference. And I will begin now by sharing my screen. Thank you very much, dear friends, and my respects to all of you around the table, especially, of course, to the participants in this very, very important conference. Can you see my screen? Okay. Can you see? Okay, thank you. Terima kasih. First and foremost, again, thank you, Dr. Nurlia, and of course to Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, and to all of you, dear friends from IAPA and of course from NIPA. Thank you very much. As we say in the Philippines, maraming salamat. And I know salamat is also a word in Bahasa. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I guess what I will do, dear friends, is to take off from the theme that you identifying 4 areas, if you may, of governance under the pandemic. And when we talk about this, we talk about the importance of inclusivity, accountability, sustainability, and digitalization. We all know that these are also the fundamental principles of governance, but as I will say earlier, these fundamentals of principles of governance have indeed evolved through time. What I will do, dear friends, is to discuss it within the context of COVID, within the context of, hey, we've had COVID for almost 2 years now, almost 2 years, and how have these principles worked out? But more importantly, how have the different maybe countries in the world, I'll choose 4 countries, taking off from a conference that we just had at the Asian Association for Public Administration, how have some of us responded to the pandemic? And what are the lessons learned? Not all of us responded the same way, as pointed out by our previous speaker, Dr. Adri, but you know what? All of us have different kinds of responses. And the whole question is putting the discipline. We are all in public administration, putting the discipline of public administration into question. Or is public administration still relevant? Are we able to cope with the challenges, or should we change? Should we be more agile, as Dr. Adri mentioned? Should we be able to somehow adjust, which is, I think, the value of public administration. It should be dynamic, because if it's not dynamic, it will become irrelevant and perhaps will become useless in the future. But hey, that's not the idea. Public administration has to respond. Okay. So among the key messages in relation to our theme today is really, there are many aspects of the COVID-19 crisis. An old theme in public administration, we call it a wicked problem. It's not simple. So many uncertainties. People talk about the VUCA. All of you, I'm sure, have heard about VUCA, but we'll talk about so many uncertainties, and data limitations. That's why it's very nice that in our theme today, we talk about the importance of digitalization. Some talk digitization, then digitalization 4.0, if you may. And as in many common problems, the response are mixed, different tools. Question, are there enough tools? Question, were we ready for it? And finally, I read this book a long time ago, but it's a nice framework. Lynn Blom talked about the science of muddling through. The science of muddling through. It's like an oxymoron. You muddle through because there's not information, but it says it's a science. When you talk about science, it is predictable. So it's almost an oxymoron. Okay. So just to mention, like I said, in line with our theme, we talk about the importance of leadership. Professor Adri already mentioned about the importance of leadership, and I was so happy to see the picture of President Widodo. The importance of communication, the role of government, national, local, and national, local. Are they coordinating? Then our speaker last time, his name is Ali Farasman, some of you must have known, talk about the importance of crisismanship. Then the expanding role of government. Should it expand or should it contract? But of course, we talk about the importance of it expanding. The imperatives of competent government. I love the presentation of Dr. Agus also earlier, who talked about the importance of competence. What kind of competences are needed at this time No, that's why I guess Farasman Ali would call it crisismanship, and the importance of digitalization, social capital that hasn't been given that much attention. But at the end of the day, our communities matter. Government can be there, but if government does not respond, the people themselves, resilience. And I know Indonesia, you have Gotong Royong, I think, right? And the Philippines are Bayanihan. I'll talk about that later on. The community resilience, and of course, how do we live with COVID? COVID is here to stay. Question: how does public administration, institutions, processes, and even our discipline, the way we do researches, how do we live with COVID at this point in time? Okay, so as I said earlier, the discourse of good governance, it is not new. No, we talked about before transparency, accountability, participation in the 90s, and then before the COVID, the United Nations boiled this down to 3: effectiveness, accountability, inclusiveness, including those that have been sub principles, if you may: competence, sound policy making, integrity. Point 3 aspects: effectiveness, accountability, and okay, and then it has brought many of these principles to test. As I said earlier, hey, it's very important that from VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, PA, public administration should not focus on that, but perhaps we should focus on VUCA, but providing the vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. Dr. Adri mentioned agility. So in one sense, maybe PA, our discipline, should be able to be more quote-unquote positive. Sure, you have a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, but maybe us, to be relevant, we should provide a vision, help to understand why, make it clarity, and be agile, be flexible. So taking off from the recent IAPA conference, we have several speakers, and I will not talk much about this, but really all of them talked about the importance of opportunities, leadership. Pansu Kim of Korea, a colleague of ours, so Sofyan Sahrawi talk about we seize our opportunity or we become redundant. It is a danger. Or Guy Peters talk about the implications of bureaucratic autonomy, how autonomous are the bureaucracy. And Alan Rosenbaum, the president of the American Association, talk about the importance of a decentralized system, resiliency, and equally important, Ali Farasman talk about the importance of professionalism, meriticism, and he talk about crisismanship. Point, dear friends, the pandemic has come, various changes, various responses of public administration, various non-responses of public administration. Are we going to be relevant? I think it's very important. And this survey was done by Capano et al. 2020, he talked about how China, Italy, Singapore, etc. What has come out? Social values, policy design, capacity, past experiences, federalism, social values, and authoritarianism. In other words, different countries in the world had different responses. Okay, but the importance even of, for us in public administration, national, local relations. The importance of authoritarianism, the importance of local relation, the importance of working with each other. Our other friend, his name is Evan Berman, whom I'm sure you know, talked about the importance of leadership, the importance of, hey, that's our theme today, digitalization, the response of local governments as frontliners, and citizens' trust. My point, dear friends, is different governments have responded. And what shall we do after this? What I will do in the next slides, very quickly, I know about 5 more minutes, will be to talk about specific countries, very quickly. But the importance is that it should be dynamic, improving the healthcare, reducing inequality. I think it's very, very important because under the pandemic, those who have been hit most are the poor people. For whom is public administration? Those who have been hit most are the poor people. Please let me know how many more minutes I have. Okay. So very quickly, I'm citing some of our young scholars. They're very, very good. Professor Reza talked about in Indonesia, the government as facilitator, the importance of social cash transfer for the poor. It was done in Indonesia. Okay. And then he talked about the importance of multi-level governance and assistance, again, as I said earlier, to the poor and vulnerable. Point, dear friends, we're now very quickly talking about the experience of some countries. And we Hari Fatin and April Yanti also discussed. I'm citing these very bright young scholars in the last conference. Vietnam talked about the importance of local governments, again, local authorities, frontlines, including decisions implemented by the central government in Ho Chi Minh and in Da Nang. The role, remember our theme, national-local relations. Thailand, I think the same. They talk about a single commander, but they had a nice case called the Phuket Sandbox where they created an island bubble in order to bring in more tourists. It wasn't so successful, they said, but hey, it was okay. And a good friend of ours, sorry, how many more minutes?
Give me 4 minutes remaining.
Okay, thank you. Terima kasih. So Thailand talk about community resilience, centralized leadership, and collaboration. What I will do, well, the Philippines, similar collaboration, governance, and leadership. What I will do, dear friends, is PA responses have been different. Social capital, importance. So I think this is another dimension that wasn't given that much importance in the studies. Let's look at social capital, gotong royong, bayanihan. The poor have been hardest. Not much research has been done about this, apart from the traditional areas of leadership, national-local relations, community resilience. We have to do more research in that, at least for us, in the post-pandemic. So what were the success factors? We talk about that: quick and timely response, science-based digitalization, intergovernmental cooperation, and leadership. Point, dear friends, is we should not lose sight of this, including, of course, the so-called sustainable development goals that really continues to frame the discourse. And Adriana Alberti talked about the importance of Agenda 2030. And what I'm saying, dear friends, is the pandemic has hit us, different responses, but I think we should not forget about the SDGs and how can we align our responses to the SDGs, the immediate problem, but of course the longer goal is the SDGs by 2030. Okay, so revisiting our key messages, there are so many problems. It's a wicked problem. The importance of, you talk about this in your theme, accountability, digitalization, data, but accurate data, sustainability, and of course, it could be within the context of muddling through. And as I said earlier, traditionally, you have these areas of leadership, communication, role of government, that's fine. But for us, I think we should do more research in terms of community resilience, in terms of how the poor have really been on their own, responded to this, including innovations at the local level. So let's not lose sight of the SDGs, but learn from what we have done within the context of our theme: inclusivity, accountability, sustainability, and digitalization for a public administration that responds to vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. Vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Alex Brillantes, for your insight. Okay, about public administration and governance response to the pandemic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will gladly welcome our third speaker, whom I already know her as the hero in our institute. Please welcome Professor Dr. Nurliah Nurdin, MA, the Director of ICogPASS School of Administration, Jakarta. Here's a short biography of Professor Nurliah. She had her master's study in comparative politics at Northern Illinois University and earned a doctorate in political science at the University of Indonesia. Before being appointed as the director of the ICogPASS School of Administration, Jakarta, Professor Nurliah Nurdin dedicates her knowledge at the Institute of Governance of Home Affairs, or IPDN, an educational institution under the auspices of the Ministry of Home Affairs, Republic Indonesia. In addition to writing for journal articles, she also participates in seminars and talk shows organized by universities, government agencies, and print and electronic mass media to discuss political issues, gender studies, decentralizations, and regional autonomy. Without further ado, Professor Nurliah, the next 15 minutes are yours.
Thank you very much, Mbak Keisha. Professor Agus, Pak Adi just around us, and Professor Alex, and other speakers, Professor Young, Professor Martada, and Nabukera. It's really pleased to be around. And supposedly I'll be the last, but I see myself as the third. As the host, supposedly I'm the last. So sorry for this. I'm going to talk about, maybe I have to, hold on, please. To share my PowerPoint, I asked the committee to just let me share my own. Is this go? Okay, see it so? Okay. Can you see my PowerPoint? Keisha, is it there already?
Yes, all clear.
Okay, I'll present by myself, so it's gonna be easier for me. Is it?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to talk about corruption, religion in the governance perspective. This is something related with our talk because we're going to talk about accountability, digitalization, and inclusivity. This topic actually has been talked with the University of Malaya. We're talking about corruption and religion. And I'm trying to connect it with our conference today. With the outline of corruption, I will talk about that, and corruption in the governance of Indonesia. So corruption in the pandemic, this is really interesting because since pandemic, the tensions of the flows of money is going because there's a lot of help, donations, and this is gonna be watched in the governments and also in the public administration, I think. And this pandemic is just a small example. We cut off like the former social minister. It's a social minister who shared the help for the people who in need in the pandemic. He got caught for corruption of the COVID social assistance package in December 5. And there's a lot more corruption happen. So this is going to be interesting overview. How's corruption occur in the pandemic era? And then how it is related to religions. Why is it related to religion? Because people perceive religion should ban us from this corruption act. Let's see. In the Indonesian, we have 270 populations. And then among this population, 86% are Muslims. If we perceive that. And others as a Christian, Protestant, Christian, Catholic, Hindu, Buddha, Confucius, and others. But among 86%, it's considered to be 234 million Muslims. If it is related that how these people commit to corruption, either any relation, corruption and religions, we can tell that among these 86.7% of Muslims, less than 50% who can read Quran, and 40% around that, which is like 93 million. Only 4% who can read well and understanding itself. I mean, how can you perceive, sorry to take Islam as a sample, because we are the most populated Muslims in the world. And then we are still struggling for this corruption. As the corruption index, perception index is already mentioned by Pak Adi before, we are still in the rank of 102. Is that considered high? And let's see other countries as a comparison. Let's see other countries. How's these countries among the Southeast Asian countries? See that, for example, Malaysia, they are doing better than us in the rank of 57. Even Singapore in the rank of 3, and Malaysia, I think, is lower than us, is 150. But we are struggling with, because all these Southeast Asian countries perceive themselves as the religious population, religious people. Why this is interesting to talk about? Because other countries, which is by survey, they don't believe in God. They are mostly not that religious, but considering the corruption index, they are better perform. Let's say Denmark in the rank of 10, New Zealand rank of 14, Finland, Singapore, Sweden, Switzerland, and the data showing that only 19%, for example, Denmark consider religion is important. So how this is connected between religions and the performance of corruption, and how the government will cope with this practices? Because if we still have a high of corruption, I think whatever is public administration going to be a hard way to go. So the question is it religion really impact on the activities toward corruption? Or religious beliefs are likely to have a significant impact? Okay, I will show to the next survey information here from the Survey Indonesia. It's saying that actually in Indonesia cases, most people, if we ask, they don't perceive corruption as corrupt itself. They don't want to do that. But in the other word, yeah, they permissive for that. For example, for giving such a present, yeah, give a present to your whoever who already give you a services. It's kind of a kindness to do that, a kindness to share something, and it's become dangerous when it's come to officially, or I mean, it's come to the bureaucrat, because it's sharing public money. So in the corruption in the governance of Indonesia, we see that in the religious leaders, as you see, it happens. In the Indonesian national armies, 41%, bankers, NGOs, president and ministers, it's all counting, they're all committed, and they're all giving a number to make Indonesia in the level of 102 among countries corruption. So the bribery rate is still higher, and I think this is really a homework, especially in the pandemic era. So what is cause of this? And I think in other countries, probably as we sharing this talk on how to cope with a pandemic and with corruption as well. And actually what's happening in Indonesia is the dominance of electoral system approach in political investments. And that's get true when these political elites become leaders, and they bring in all the teams to the governments, and it start to make a commitment, and then they start also to make a kind of that corruption, either by having their allies, having their teams in the government sectors or in the bureaucracy. So the corruption itself is the complex and interconnected. So this is not about religion, because corruption doesn't have religions. They're all doing this. So in other words, as say that corruption, besides, is not having a religion, as we say that even people who can earn, for example, they don't practice it. But corruption arises because of loss of self-control. This is a self-control. Then how does religions control? If it is religions only exist, for example, in the Marx, for example, yeah. The lower value of the greater the tendency of corruption. And society, as the survey already done, society actually doesn't accept corruption, but understand that corruption exists as a what you call a giving something as a respect, for example, a thankful for any services. Either they got it from somebody else or somebody from the government office. And it's a practices becomes a higher. And I think it's dangerous also. It's become a challenge in the pandemic, because we all in the really struggling to build up our economy. So what is the meaning of religion in this corruption act? Religious principles and values must be included in the consideration of accountability. So not for correction, for example, Muslims do not only pray or fast or doing zakat, but have a high integrity and standards to be accountable to God. So it is religion, not religion, but understanding a religious of cultures. Religion, actually, as many research also has been done, can contribute positively, negatively, or have no effect at all. But in some areas that has been doing research on this, religious already has banned all people to commit this. Only the systems, as I said earlier, the political systems, the thankful, the way, the cultures of people to perceive their greatness, and that's become like a habit. So understanding the sin of corruption can be redeemed by charity, for example. I'm trying to make this really short. So then what can be done actually? What can be done as Indonesia still consider also Philippines, Malaysia and other countries in the world are still struggling for combating corruption, especially in the pandemic. So what can be done? And what can be public administration do on this? So the implementation of governance and a political system must be transparent. And I think this is the challenge also of digitalization, since everything has been done by digitalization transformation. So it should be related. It should reduce the corruption because everything currently doing by digital. For example, I'm teaching. There should be a proof that I'm teaching how many hours. There's a proof of recording. I cannot just like, I already teach without any proof. So these are actually as a way out of digitalization to combat or to reduce the corruption. The implementation of governance and political system, first it must be transparent, uphold integrity, accountability as one of our really important subject today. A human rights freedom is a fair and doesn't conflict with the religion. As a bottom line, that corruption, it doesn't base on the religion at all. At any religion doesn't, all religion prohibited for corruption. But this is a culture. This is a culture that's not being formulated or being culturally in the law to ban this corruption act. And the political system also produce leaders who should be integrated, implemented good governance, again, transparent and accountability in the public service. Since we talk about governance, so we talk about public service. Yes, and independence agency to monitor all the recruitment process. From political process, there should be an independent agency to monitor all this. For example, in Indonesia, we have a KPK. The program should be built an anti-corruption spirit of integrity. Next is installing anti-corruption activity in the education of curriculums. We have this pandemic, all the curriculums also facing, that's all the acts that's close to corruption should be close also in the education curriculum. And next is anti-corruption education in the mass campaign. We start, because this is a pandemic, we can't reach every corner of the nation by campaigning the anti-corruptions. And last is the raising anti-corruption failures in religious studies to strengthen anti-corruption attitude and behaviors. In conclusion, I would say we are in the pandemic era. There's a lot of donors, there's a lot of help for the people who in need, and then we should watch this in the public administrations. How do we cope this corruption? Because corruption only make us far from the prosperity and far from justice. And the religion should be one of the parameters to ban us from doing this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Nurlia, for your sharing on corruption and religion perspective. Okay, now we will gladly welcome our fourth speaker, Professor Dr. Ahmad Martada Mohamed, the head of Cluster Governance and Integrity in the School of Government, College of Law, Government and International Studies from University Utara, Malaysia. His academic qualifications are Bachelor in Political Science and Government from Southern Illinois Carbondale, Master of Public Administration from Indiana State University, and PhD in Public Administration and Law from Southern Illinois University Carbondale. Apart from being a lecturer, he is also a reviewer in various national and international journals. His expertise and research areas are public administration, politics and government, political sociology, and political theory. Please give your warmest welcome to Professor Dr. Ahmad Martada Mohamed.
Thank you, Dr. Kisha, my distinguished panelists, my good friend, Professor Dr. Nolia, Professor Agus, Professor Brillante, also a good friend of mine. We met a couple of times in NAPSIPAC, and then our dear friend from Nepal and also from Uganda, and all the participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. First, I would like to thank you, the organizer, for giving me the opportunity to share my thought on the issue, which I think is very relevant, especially nowadays when every country in the world is facing a pandemic. And the conference themes are very timely, just like what Professor Berlanti had already indicated. The issues are very relevant, especially inclusivity and sustainability, as well as digitalization. These are the issues which are very close to every country in the world, and I'm sure every country has its own way of dealing with the pandemic, like what Professor Berlanti had indicated earlier. And my presentation today will share some of the things that our government has done to improve the pandemic, and especially in terms of how we are going to face the future in regard to post-COVID-19 issue. So the title of my presentation is Post-COVID-19 Outlook for Malaysia, the move towards achieving a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable society. So I'll talk briefly what happened to Malaysia prior to COVID-19 and during the COVID-19 crisis, and also post-COVID-19 crisis. So here was the condition of Malaysia prior to COVID-19 crisis. Our GDP was 6% in 2017, 5% 2018, 4% 2019. It was a little bit slower in terms of economic growth. Inflation was roughly 0.7%. Unemployment, we had also issues in regard to unemployment. A lot of people are complaining before the COVID-19 crisis, and the matter became worse during the COVID-19 crisis. And we also at that time low percentage of skilled workers, and we also had over-reliance of foreign unskilled workers. I have reason for including these two aspects here, which I will be talking about later. And what happened to Malaysia during COVID crisis? Of course, like any other country in the world who have been hit hardest by the COVID crisis, even our GDP was going down 1.6% in 2020, and unemployment was also going down 3.5%. In 2020, 3.4% in this year. Inflation was getting increased 0.8 in 2020 to 1.7 in 2021. But these are the things that was hit hardest in our country. I'm sure like Indonesia or Thailand or Philippines, even in other developing countries in Africa like Uganda, everyone has been hit hard by this COVID-19 crisis. And the most industry that was hit hardest was tourism and hospitality industry. Air traveling was not being allowed. Tourism was so poor. There were so many hotels that were being forced to close down. In fact, in Kuala Lumpur alone, I heard that more than 40 or 50 hotels were being closed down because they were not able to survive during this pandemic. And foreign trade was also down. Stock market went down. Consumer spending was reduced significantly, and a lot more people was being laid off permanently, or some of them were being laid off temporarily. And our domestic demand was also going down. And in fact, because Malaysia relies on oil for revenue, because Petronas is the major donator to our revenue. 40% of our income comes from oil. So of course, when the price of oil went down, the revenues were also going down significantly. And one of the things that was being hit hardest was our food security. A lot more countries during this pandemic, they were not able to export their food products. And the food chain was being lost because of the restriction in terms of traveling. So what was taking place was that we were not able to import a lot of food items. And when that was the case, a lot more people are suffering because of that, shortage of food. So government has started to pay serious attention to making sure that food security will become the main agenda in our country in the near future. So this is the aspect that was really significantly affected a lot more people during the pandemic. And Malaysia, even though our economic fundamentals were quite strong prior to COVID-19 crisis, but we were also one of the countries that was being hit hardest in terms of economy, especially a lot more economic activities were not being able to take place because of the movement restriction.
Excuse me.
Okay, unemployment is up, exports and commodities went down. And like what Prof. Brilliante had already indicated earlier, global crisis requires specific responses. And in our country,
10 more minutes, sir.
Okay, in our country, we also have to take several steps to make sure that we can manage our crisis efficiently. So government has introduced Malaysia Movement Control Order, MCO. We have gone into several stages. And in fact, our effort were so successful that our Director General of Health Ministry has been recognized as one of the top 3 health figures in the world. And we have also introduced a lot of monetary support in terms of subsidies, fiscal measures to stimulate domestic demand. And I have already indicated private sector, small traders, farmers, rubber tapers, are all badly affected. And what is interesting in Malaysia is that government had basically started to help the people, especially in terms of providing economic stimulus package, which was nearly reached 250 billion Malaysian ringgit. And there were 3 targets. One is mitigating impact of COVID-19, especially in terms of providing monetary subsidies to poor people who have been hit hardest in order to protect them. And catalyzing economic growth is the second strategy. Third strategy is promoting quality investment. So these are the grim reality. I'm sure like Indonesia or Thailand or Philippines, every country is being hit hard and suffers tremendously. As of October 12, there were 27,422 deaths, 2,346,303 cases, almost 10,000 recovered. There are still 756 in intensive care, and we lost nearly 102 billion ringgit value of GDP because of this, not mentioning also the loss in agricultural, in services, and 4 million people had already lost their job during this pandemic. Absolute poverty. Today, I think it's the International Day for Poverty Eradication Day. So this is very timely. The conference is very timely because we have to talk about poverty eradication, especially because of this pandemic. And of course, one of the key theme of the conference is inclusivity. So this is, I think, another issue which is very, very relevant, because of the pandemic. So what did Malaysia do? The Prime Minister just introduced 12th Malaysian plan from 2021 to 2025, which are based on 3 pillars: to make the country prosperous, to make sure inclusivity is the main agenda, and to make sure that our growth is sustainable. And in the 12th Malaysian plan, there are 9 focuses. You can read that later. One of the main aspects, which is very consistent with the theme of the conference, building an inclusive society. So this is also the aim, because a lot more people in Malaysia have been badly affected by the pandemic. So government has started to pay attention to make sure that people, especially in rural areas, in Sabah and Sarawak, there will be giving subsidies. Government will make sure, try to address poverty, narrowing income inequality, especially the B40 group, giving education scholarships, and helping in terms of train them to become more entrepreneurial, and not only the B40 group, but the M40 group, those middle income people, they have also been hit hardest by the pandemic. Government has also given a lot of incentive for them, especially in terms of providing or helping them a moratorium instead of so that they are not being burdened by because of the reduced income that they have to pay the loan, housing loan, car loan, and things like that. So government has also provided monetary incentive to help this particular group. And also sustainable healthcare is also one of the agenda, and affordable housing. And increased accountability and legitimacy is also one area which is very significant. And in fact, not only government has started to focus on economy, but government has also done political reform. I'm sure everyone might be aware of some of the political crises taking place in our country. So government has done a lot to improve that, which is very, very encouraging. Especially one of the things that have been introduced by the current government is to introduce term limit for the prime minister. Like in Indonesia, you have 2 terms for the president, and in Malaysia now, the law has already been passed that will limit the term for prime minister for 2 terms only. Unlike last time where some people sometimes they went beyond the 2 terms. I'm sure our former prime minister Dr. Mahathir last time became the prime minister for close to 21 years. So, and then anti-hopping party laws, because a lot more politicians, when they were becoming members of parliament, they tended to switch parties, and because of that, the government sometimes collapsed because of their action. So, anti-party hopping laws, have been introduced, and then select parliamentary committees to be formed that will consist of both government and opposition, and recognition of opposition leader. And we have also reduced the voting age from 21 to 18, just like in Indonesia. So this is a very encouraging and progressive ways that have been introduced in Malaysia. And advancing sustainable environment, which is also another key agenda for this conference. So which is, government has taken a lot of effort to ensure that our environment is becoming more sustainable. There are some of the efforts here. And, okay, I will speed up the presentation. These are the political reform. Improving political accountability is also one important agenda. Politicians and civil servants need to work together, and less political interference in government matters. Strengthening line of accountability, and politicians need to focus more on critical issues rather than focusing more on politics, that sometimes can cause instability to the country. And government has also taken serious actions against people who try to incite issues, especially in times of crisis. So, and another area of interest that will be introduced by government, and government should pay particular attention, is to increase women and youth representation in parliament. And reforming political financing, political donation has become an issue lately. So government has to take a lot of initiative. Another issue that was being highlighted by Professor Nolia earlier, corruption is also becoming, in fact, corruption has also been recognized as a pandemic also, because it has been so serious. And government has started to pay a lot more attention to that. I'm sure earlier presentation was also focusing on corruption index, and perception of people towards corruption. A lot more people are becoming more afraid because things are getting worse, especially in terms of corruption in the public sector. So government needs to do a lot more in terms of making sure that corruption eradication is something that has to be on top of the government's agenda. So another issue that I think will have to be addressed also, not only we are talking about domestic issue, we also have to talk about regional issue, because regional issue as after COVID-19 is also something that we have to address. So in terms of legal, greater recognition, how do we address regional issues such as COVID-19? Now we have travel issues, some countries, they have different rules and regulation pertaining to people coming from countries that have probably high vaccination rate. So we have to address this issue. Human rights, migrant workers, refugees, the issue in Myanmar is becoming very serious. So countries need to address that. And also now cyber security threat is also another issue that is facing a lot of countries. So regionally, there are some issues that need to be addressed and that need to be discussed carefully. So my final thought is, in Malaysia, there have been reform addressed by the government, especially because of the pandemic. Some of the reforms have been proved to be very successful. Some of the reform have not yet been proven to be very successful. Yet, government has taken a lot of steps to improve not only economy, social, and political system. So the signs are encouraging, but there are still a lot more things that need to be done by the government. So with that, thank you again. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to Professor Nolia and also for the organizer for inviting me to become part of this grand conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Martada, for your sharing. Now, please wait. Before we welcome another amazing speaker, just to update for audience status and participations. We reached 528 audience in the Zoom meeting and 203 audience in YouTube. So in total, we have reached 231 audiences in this conference so far. Okay, now we will welcome another amazing speaker, our fifth speaker, Dr. Nabukira Madinah. Nabukira Madinah holds a PhD in Public Administration from University Malaya, Masters in Public Administration Local Government from Islamic University in Uganda, Postgraduate Diploma in Education Management, Postgraduate Diploma in Public Administration, Postgraduate Diploma in Project Planning, and Bachelor's in Public Administration. She is now a senior lecturer in Faculty of Management, Islamic University in Uganda, while also offering postdoctoral studies with Ahafad University for Women in Sudan. Her passion is to support vulnerable female students to attain higher education in Uganda. Her areas of expertise are governance, leadership and public policy, related issues, private and public enterprise management, administrative management, and public policy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Nabukira Madinah.
Thank you very much, moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, alhamdulillah. I take this opportunity to thank Allah for the gift of life, for His aman and blessings. I want to thank very much the director and the head of NIPA, the academic staff, non-academic staff, the audience, all the respectable professors present in this conference that have spoke before me, all the partners that have made this conference a success, the researchers, and those in attendance. I accept the introduction in order to be a very good guest, and I'm taking on my presentation in respect to Ugandan situation. If you may allow me, I want to share my screen. And okay, transforming post-COVID governance in a dynamic society. I hope, moderator, I've shared the screen. Uganda is a country found in East Africa, bordered by those countries. It is a very interesting case study because what we are hearing in this conference today is mainly from countries that are developing and developed. We all know that COVID is the big awaited one, and all societies are on their knees, whether it is America, poor countries like Uganda, those that are developed in Asia, it is very interesting. But what is good here is that there is urgent need to understand how COVID has unveiled itself in a manner that brings the whole world to look at new possibilities and transformations, because we were working in a traditional system, and we need to rethink of how development can take place in spite of the traditional systems, yet challenged by COVID. Now, when we talk about governance, we are really talking about structures and processes. But this is not enough. There is a component of accountability, control, and behavior. One of the pre-current speakers talked about behavior control. And that is where the gist is. We need to have control. And this brings me to the effects that COVID-19 as a pandemic has brought to the whole world, in line with looking at structural, political, economic conditions, and how these transform into better service delivery so that we can survive the test of time. Now, this brings us to the key challenges. There are only three mainly. How has scientific evidence been used in policy formulation? Evidence is there, but in many leaders are not using it. How have economies functioned during the COVID crisis in their conventional model, the traditional models? How have they survived? Now this is resilience. And how do we move forward? All the pre-current speakers, respectable professors, we are talking in this line. And then how do we use politics and public administration to reshape how we work and survive the pandemic as we look at the post-COVID era system? So this brings us to the uncertainties. There has been a lot of uncertainties, but these uncertainties have been exaggerated by expectations being affected by practice. What do people expect and what is there in practice? Which approaches are always top-bottom? People are not receiving from bottom-top. Bottom-top is more theory than practice. And then we look at the rigidity in our orientations in line with economic goals. And then this calls for egalitarian, transformative, and inclusive knowledge and politics. And unless this is really done, you'll find that many countries will continue struggling. Now, this is what is interesting. In Uganda, total cases of COVID by 11th October were 124,000. Cases per day were 90. Active cases by 11th October 2021 were 25,270. Total deaths since 2019 December to date were 3,177. And daily deaths, 1. Now, one might now ask, how is this very interesting? Ugandans are no longer going to hospitals for COVID treatment. Hospitals are so suffocated and there is no oxygen, people were dying, everyone who was being taken to hospital would become a dead body. Then Ugandans said, okay, we are a poor economy. Before colonization, we were using local traditional medicine. So you will find that you have a family that has around 15 members and all of them are suffering of COVID and nobody has gone to hospital. So precisely speaking, this statistics is very interesting for only very few cases that have registered in hospitals. Ugandans are sick of COVID, but suffering and treating themselves in their homes. And that is why this case is very interesting. Socio-economic perspective, the impact of COVID. These impacts are actually similar, although each case is a bit peculiar. You will find that, for example, in a Ugandan situation, what is very interesting is that we have growth in public expenditure, we have increased the public debt, Health sector is dilapidated and now collapsing completely because you'd hardly even find oxygen. So it is really, really very problematic in terms of the socio-economic aspect. The poor are becoming poorer. So when you talk about inclusivity in this conference, the gap between the rich and the poor is actually too wide now, that when you talk about digitalization and you're talking about education, in terms of online education, you're leaving the majority, around 90% are left not studying because of digitalization. So it is interesting that for poor countries, even if countries have come up with mitigation measures, the government brought a lot of mitigation measures. As we can see, these are very good on paper, but to be very honest, in this conference, apart from health measures of social distancing, hand washing and masking, and probably the social ones, implementing curfew, closure of schools, tourism, hotels, closing the airports, manufacturing sector kept open, and agriculture. All these stimulus packages, nobody received nothing. Nothing at all. So the government brought about mitigation measures that they drafted on paper, talked about them, discussed them in parliament, and later on said there is no money. So the informal sector that employs almost 70% of Ugandans was left to collapse because they are hand to mouth on a daily basis. So you will see that aspects to do with pay as you earn, deferring payments, those were done. But we are talking about recapitalization of Uganda Development Bank. We are talking about business credit, facilitating and supporting the small medium enterprises. These were not done. So we are in a country where, when one of the professors talked about sustainability in terms of resilience, it is a very interesting case that in Uganda, we are surviving on, you're surviving on your own. There is nothing else. And this brings me to these important questions. Why the whole world is vulnerable? You know, why are countries globally not better prepared? Even countries like America, the superpowers, have not. So we are really having issues. You know, what are the mitigating aspects, and where is the harm? What has happened to the vulnerability health sector? Epidemics have come before, but they have not unveiled themselves in such a big scale. What is the problem to be addressed? So we see that unless there is rethinking and there's transformation, we might not be able to deal with this pandemic. Now, this brings me to the present fragilities. You will find that different sectors in different countries have peculiar cases. But when you look at that screen, you will see that a number of those sectors in Uganda have actually been intensified in terms of the effects of COVID. We are really doing badly as an economy. And transformation now, when we talk of the transformation theory, we are simply addressing the issue to do with the authority structures in terms of making the right decisions to handle good governance so that we deal with COVID. And unless we understand this in a progressive social and economic perspective to address the political change, then you will see that the effects of COVID can take us more than 3 decades to recover, especially for poor countries like us. So the post-COVID era, what does it have to address? We really need to look at, okay, thank you. We need to look at issues to do with geographies, in terms of social groups. We need to look at local agencies and mobilization, because now if we are surviving on aid, in a current situation like now, who is going to give you money? Every country is hit. How do you move forward? So we need a moment of rethinking. We need structural conditions in terms of power. We need to look at processes in terms of reflecting our complexities and work a way forward in a unique case. Now, this brings me to the state of Uganda in terms of poverty. Whereas poverty looks at the need to meet basic needs, you will find that Uganda's case study, poverty is an industry where a majority are benefiting, especially those in power. So remaining poor is their safest bet in terms of political investment. And that common saying, let the sleeping dogs lie, we are really in slumber and sleeping. A population of over close to 43 million has accepted the poverty to germinate. And this is one of the diseases that we have. Look at the structures that we have in Uganda. This is just suburbs of town, you know, the major city. When you look at this and how people are surviving, it really makes you, cry. These are some of the structures. The whole world is moving forward. We are moving backwards. So understanding poverty, you will see that we quantify it in terms of who nearly half of Ugandans are really experiencing multidimensional poverty. But when you look at the education perspective, 67% there, but look at the 17% accessing higher education. And the World Bank defined education that education is only best depending on the people who are educated in their country. So if 17% are accessing higher education, then it means we are in a state of quagmire and we really need to do something. 4 children in a family beyond 4 experience poverty. And this is not a very good aspect for this country. 56% of children below this are experiencing poverty. Look at the rural household, 55% versus urban on 23%. This makes Kampala, which is actually the capital city, 5 times more children are living with poverty within town areas. So when you look at these statistics, the young at 18 standing at 56 and the old at 65 standing at 48. So whereas poverty has been reflected that it is reducing from 1992, we're at 56, 2017, we are 21. Statistics will come out until 2021. You will see that this poverty line has actually increased. So how can Uganda progress out of poverty? Well, these can be so many, but one of the previous speakers talked about data and accurate data, priority action, reevaluating regional development policies. We are still very far in these areas, and unless something is done, we will not be in position to manage. So we look at the effect of COVID in terms of who was affected. As I said, informal sector here, operating small businesses, and what government brought in as an intervention policy or measure was simply to give the population some handouts in terms of food relief. And that was in 2020. And in 2021, they gave the poor $25 so that they can survive. That is around 100,000 Ugandan shillings. That is the only intervention that this government did for the poor. So COVID-19 shock is a sharp contradiction to the economy, and public administrators, we are challenged to see how we improve this space. So following the job loss in Uganda, majority of the people ran to villages so that they can manage survival. There was no other way to survive. Everyone comes from a village, so people went back to see how they will survive through growing food and eating until COVID ends. So corruption.
4 minutes.
I'm happy that almost every presenter, thank you, has talked about corruption. And in Uganda's case, I address this in terms of corruption as a crisis to COVID-19 because we are currently failing to manage. I see in this country where majority of the people are actually addressing, eating more during the pandemic because the government is borrowing a lot. So we addressed this in Uganda in terms of the Adolf Hitler Holocaust. It is a genocide, and it is upon the conduct of each person that depends the fate of all. So your action affects us. In this world, you come with nothing, you go with nothing. People are failing to understand these simple concepts. Greed is like drinking salt water. The more you drink, the more you want, and your thirst will never go. So it is really bad. Uganda is standing at 124 position out of 180 countries. And it's in Uganda where you have free pass to high level corruption. You will eat and eat and eat and do not go to prison. Nobody will tell you to pay. And it is business as usual. Look at that corruption index. We are always above 75 or around 70 since 2003 to 2020. When you look at that percentage in terms of Africa, you'd see that Uganda is always above very many African countries, or the Africa as a continent, which is really so disturbing. And what we are doing in Uganda, we are working to corruption just to show people that we are concerned, but we are not passing the law that should stop corruption. So the president was also working to corruption. We keep on working, but working will not be in position to solve Uganda's problems. So look at the masses, they are also joining the anti-corruption work, and that was in 2018. But as I report now, corruption has tripled the percentage. So a lot of money is changing handouts, and this is not very good for us. The characteristics of corruption in Uganda, all public officials are involved. The majority of them, actually, to say all would be maybe too big a statement. And people use it for political patronage. Elites are involved. And you look at government sectors, police, judiciary, local government, tax authorities, all these are involved. We have a very good legal framework. You can see around 8 of them. But we are very poor at implementing it. 99% worst in terms of Global Integrity Report of 2009, we are failing to implement. We have a lot of anti-corruption framework agencies, the IGG, you have the Police Prevention Detection Unit, all these are there, but we are not stopping corruption. So what is the use of the legal instruments when we are failing? So when you look at this, you really see that we continue to have challenges as a country. And the national and local governments here really are regarded to be involved. Inadequate laws, we don't have resources. We are a poor country. We are having a president who has remained in power for 36 to 40 years. He's not going, and he's not passing laws that are helping us. And we are looking and working to corruption as if working will really solve a problem. So what needs to be done? Possible solution. The president of Uganda should sign the already in place a bill of amending the Prevention to Corruption Act, zero tolerance, just like Rwanda. Rwanda is progressively developing compared to Uganda. So what am I trying to say? I'm simply saying that we need transparency if we are going to recover from COVID. Government leaders in Uganda have exploited the COVID for a gain. And if you see that we are borrowing a lot of money to equip beds in hospitals, money is eaten. We want to give PPEs to the health workers. It is not there in hospitals. So you find that the case is too interesting that people have withdrawn from hospitals and they've gone back to their homes in the villages so that they can survive the test of time. So I want to quote the former Tanzanian president, who actually, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, who retired after maybe 15 years of power, and he had $8,000 on his account with one home. But when you look at politicians today, they are simply distributing food to masses because they know whoever gets food will give them a vote. In Uganda, it is not corruption. It is looting and open theft at industrial scale. Industrial scale. People are looting a very poor country, and we are not getting any headway. So electoral position are jackpots to lands of gold and riches. And really, what I am saying, thank you. We want leaders, not gods. Electorate is to blame. Either they are doing corruption willingly or unwillingly because they are accepting material gifts. Politicians are gatekeepers. They want to get to politics, have 100 houses or 10 houses and 10 cars. In elections, money spent can't be recovered in a legitimate way. So people steal, they go there to earn. Misleaders remain in position of power. periodically to share what is rooted. I want to submit to all of us today that if I was in a position of power, I would never betray my country, Uganda. Moments of doubt as my eyes go down, I think of a state of depression. I want to believe things can change. It can be done. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do it. Success is moving from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm. All greatest things are simple, and men are expressed in things like freedom, justice, hope, and equity. The more we try, the more we will reach our target. It must be done. It should be done. It will be done. Because if it is not done, then we are done. COVID-19 is real. Please stay safe. And
Okay,
thank
time's
you
up.
very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Nabukira Madinah, for the moving insight, on corruption and also on poverty. That's also both problems that we are facing as a country. Okay, last but surely not least, we will have the amazing Dr. Yang Hun An, PhD. Dr. Yang Hun An is the Chief Director of the Public Policy Future Institute, or PPFI, in Hansei University, Seoul, Korea. He has been working in the field of decentralization, strategic planning, constitutional change, and disaster and security management center for developing central and local governments, public policies, and systems for the Korean central and local governments. His education background, he got his PhD from University of Paris too, in public law, and also he got his master's in University of Paris to public law in political sociology of Paris 4. And then he got his bachelor from University of Picardie from France and Kookmin University from Korea. He has a vast experience in conducting teaching, training, and research tasks for Korean and foreign public officials. He also co-authored many writings in Korean on inclusive decentralization and intergovernmental relations, intergovernmental cooperations, and comparative local governments. Among his achievements, he was also the recipient of the Achievements Award from the President of Republic of Korea in 2018. And as a Korean consultant, he had been involved in working groups of the OECD High-Level Risk Forum. Okay, what a strong profile, Dr. Yang Hun An. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Yang Hun An, PhD.
Okay, thank you so much. So very kind introduction, Ms. Keisha Dinya Soliati. Let me share my presentation material. Okay. So you can see. So you all share my material. Good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So just it's great honor to be invited to the third ICogPASS meeting, and also so much honor and great pleasure to be invited as the one of main speakers. Thank you so much for the staff of NIPA and also Dr. Nurlia Nurdin. So we are friends in Facebook also. So here I just make some point to you. Just in times of COVID-19 pandemic, I just want to introduce some cooperation between local and central government in terms of policy instrument, but it's always based on IT network, because already in Korea 20 years ago we all spread very fast broadband internet. So thanks to that ICE-based internet, we can more easily overcome COVID-19 pandemic than the other countries, I think. So I just show you some crucial point here. Before introduce crucial point, just a picture Korean governmental situation. Okay. Now, as you see, Korea, we have only divided by North and South Korea, and here is the capital city. In capital city, the half of the whole population live there, so density is great. That's why the government 20 years ago planned to move capital city, but constitutionally it was not possible. So we newly created administrative city there. Just distance 50 kilometers from capital city here in Sejong administrative city, and at the same time, 20 years ago in Daejeon metropolitan city there, we built integrated national data center. It is just only one. So all the local and central public officials use the email address korea.kr. And another one backup system is the other city. So here, as you see, it's like a snake form. It's near the city. They are located whole 18 main central government department, and also surround. There are also central government executive agencies all together here in new administrative city. But our country is in half of the peninsula. You see, there are some the urban area, and the other region, the other area region is the highlander or all the mountainous here, mountainous some corridors. So we almost more than 8% is mountainous area. Nevertheless, as you see, our regional geography and regional economy not well balanced. That's the problem. So Korea's local government system is, we have the upper level 17 and lower level 226, and also other specially educational local authorities 17. It's the around the regional government. So we have totally 3,000, over 3,000 elected local officials in 9 provincial and 8 metropolitan, 8 metropolitan mayor. And also I said is we have elected superintendents, educational local authority. So as policy instrument we use, even to fight against the corruption, we use e-government infrastructure, as you see here. So Korea now, it's the started 2003, and we little by little built whole the government integrated data center, and also it's whole monitored by an data analysis division, NISA. So our motto is smart, security system, mobility friendly. Here is the main e-government site. One is in Internet 24 government service, or all the documents, administrative documents we can produce, we can have from the internet. So in our home, we can produce ourselves and print. And here a complex tax service. So we do not go to tax office, just we pay through internet, and procurement, the public market also operated in internet, single window government business. Also all here, all the sites are in cyberspace. They are operating in cyberspace. The more important thing for the local and central government, especially local government, is local data care. All sites we can access in English. So after you can consult all the sites, and www.geo.kr also is the there we can see all the regulation policy. So we can share administrative information, public data, and all portal system. local governments, all legislative ordinances on bylaws, we upload in local government legislation. So that's why it's possible for participatory budget system by voting through internet. We can vote. Also, the procedure here you see. The citizen provide idea and issue. We framing all the issues, and citizens make decision. And after, citizens scrutinizing proposal, developing a proposal, and inform and provide information, etc., etc. So here, an example of Seoul Metropolitan City government site. About fighting against the COVID-19 pandemic in Korea, we can consult main 4 internet site here. For example, last year, our death toll almost 300, and the confirmed cases was 20,000 cases. But 1 week ago, because of the COVID-19 variant, our death toll is almost 10 times than last year, and also the positive cases is also 332,000 cases. So our quarantine system is always controlled by Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency, expanded only last year. This KDCA organization expanded. Always we are self-quarantine, or the 14 days quarantine is the obligation, still obligation. But next year we'll enter into a new era of the living with COVID-19. But as you see here is National Disaster and Response System. It's including all the contagious disease included. You see here is the central headquarters, chaired by Prime Minister, and also the action plan was the Minister of Interior. And for the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, is the control the Minister of Health and Welfare, but its executive agency is the KDCA. And local level, regional government, whole regional government also, they set up the local disaster and safety management headquarters here. It's the 17 upper level of local government. More than 200 the lower level local government, they have their own community center and community health center. And besides, we have here National Emergency Medical Center and 17 region and local EMS. Here, EMS system also. Yeah, okay. Support. Right. Thank you. So government issued the basic guidelines, as you all know, the basic guidelines. In that case, and our policy instrument was signified 3T: testing, tracking, and treating. It was possible because we have already the internet network. So for tracking, we use the credit card transaction and CCTV, sometimes smartphone communication, helped by the private company. So it was possible. Always we monitor the contact, we publish online the tracking, the positive people's their their behavior or some we upload in online. That's why we have possible to tracking. And thirdly, treating. In local government level, we have also some treatment support center at home sometimes. It is because 2003, we have experienced the SARS from coming from the China, and 2015, mass from the European, Euro and Mediterranean respiratory symptom outbreak. From that past experience, we got the lessons we prepared, and local government also, prior the central government's guideline, local government pass into the action. Its two main pillars of promptness and transparency. As I mentioned here, we published online. We can track on the people's their way or all the ways. And the third thing I think is the people's followership is also very important. So now we saw the time the People's Relief Fund, we gave all the people's, though it's some little money, but all the national residents had 3 times relief fund. And now situation is all over 52 million population, more than 77% got shot, minimum 1 shot. And now 60% had all second shot and booster shot started. That's why we now start the new era, a new normal life living with the COVID-19. So we now preparing into some plan to go back to normal life. Okay. So I just a little bit simplify our policy instrument and policy experience, but when we can have time, I will give some more detail if I have time. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, finish.
Test. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Yang Hun An, for the presentations. Okay, now we will jump into the discussion sessions. This is the interesting part. We will have the first batch of the questions. We already gathered the questions from the YouTube live chat and also from Zoom chat, and the committee will share it to you. For the first batch, we have selected 3 questions. Can ITT please share the questions? Okay. So the first question, it goes to Professor Brillantes. The question is, how do we coordinate the decision making in a governmental system designed to be decentralized?
Shall I answer now or later?
Okay, this is I will read the question first, and then after that I will hand it over to the speakers. Okay, the next question. Okay, this is come from Denis Sanjaya. Question for Professor Nurlia. What do you mean by independent agency, Professor? Is it an ad hoc agency or permanent for fear or going back again? And the end is not independent. How does this independent agency work to stay away from the intervention of the authorities? Okay, and then the third question. Okay, from Raymond Latif to Professor Martada. During the COVID-19 pandemic, hospitals were institutions that recruited a lot of health workers, but hospitals were unable to carry out the recruitment process in accordance with the terms and conditions. This happened because the supply of health workers was limited, and many health workers who had worked were exposed to the COVID-19 and some were exhausted. So that students in the health sector who have not completed their students are forced to be recruited to cover the shortfall in the ratio of the number of COVID-19 patients. Does this also happen in Malaysia, and how does the Malaysia government solve this problem? Okay, this is about how mitigating the COVID on perspective on medical workers. Yeah. Okay, so that's the 3 questions. The 3 first question. I will hand over to the first is to Professor Brillantes to answer the first question.
Oh, thank you. Terima kasih. I think as I made very quickly in my presentation, we talk about the pandemic and we talk about the importance, quote unquote, of who does what. And as you know, in the study of decentralization, it can be a mode, no? Not always centralized, not always decentralized. If we have decentralized, there are certain things that should be done at the local level. During the crisis, as you know, during the crisis, you cannot always consult. That is where leadership comes in. So it has to be somewhat decentralized. But the point is, how do you coordinate what national says and what local does? Because very, very many times, sometimes the policy of national does not really respond to the local level, because many times the local level knows best. So in the Philippines, for instance, there have been problems where the local said, no, national government, you don't know what you're talking about. There is no one size fits all, okay? Maybe the broad policy, but in terms of actual implementation, I think it should be respected at the local level. National provides the framework, local does the implementation. I think that's a very, very important point. But how do we coordinate? And as Professor Agus mentioned earlier, you know, this silo mentality is very, very important. Under a pandemic, under a crisis, we cannot think along silos. We have to work together. And this is where leadership comes in. That was also mentioned by our previous speaker. So it's really a dynamic, I think. How does one really provide coordination? And the most important, information sharing. Information sharing is very, very important. So we are all in the same page. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Brilliantes. Very precise and very thoughtful answer. Yeah, we have to work both ways, yeah, from bottom up and also from top bottom. Okay, then second questions for Professor Nurliah Nurdin.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Keisha. Actually, there are private question also come to my private message. It's first from Danny. What kind of independent agency? What I mean is outside of the government. We have in the government, within the government is a KPK. But most of the times, KPK is still criticized as the hand of government. So we should also have others agency to watch the corruption. For example, we do have like Indonesian Corruption Watch, for example, or Transparency National, Transparency International, that's going to watch in any budget flows. And that's also going to answer Mr. Dr. Pius Sugeng from Umpar. What should be done? Because corruption nothing to do with religion. Yes, the point of it's a provoking issue, I stated, because why countries based on religious, Indonesia, Malaysia, some South Asian countries, we all say that we all believe in God, but still, yet our corruption index perception is still high. So is there any religious can influence them to stop this, while other countries which perceive religion is not that important, for example, in countries such as Denmark, Scandinavian country, they do perform well, really well in the corruption index. So that's the idea to provoke this. So what should we do in the government level? I think the transparency in the all level of public administrations, especially regarding to the budget use, they should be showing up to the public how it flows from the governments to the society. For example, I mentioned the example, the Minister of Sosial, who just shared the help to donation for people who need in the pandemic, in this pandemic. It still can do corruption from, for example, like 300. It's reducing to only 100, for example, it's taking 10,000 among this amount of money that provided. That means there is no transparency yet in the delivering the public budget to the public. So what would be the solution in the governments, as Pius, Dr. Pius asking? Let us demand for the transparency for the all level of budget use for the public. In that way, and then we also have a strong independent agency to watch these flows. I think that's one of the way that we're going to combat the corruption, since we still have at the 102 level in the international level. I think that's mentioned.
Complete answer. And then next, Professor Martada, for the questions on the shortage of medical workers. This is a benchmarking question, say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Raymond, for the question. I think the situation is very similar to our country also. During the pandemic, we had a great shortage of doctors and nurses at the government hospital. So what the government was doing at that time was hiring contract employees, especially like in the case of Indonesia, students who are in the final semester, they were being asked to work at the hospitals on a temporary basis, helping the medical staff. And government has also hired a lot of contract doctors, and there was an issue at that particular time where contract office doctors were demanding to be reinstated as permanent employees, rather than contractual basis. And government did agree with that proposal, and in fact, a lot of them were being made permanent. So that was a very positive move initiated by the government because of the shortage of doctors. And apart from that, there were also nurses and doctors who were already retired. They were being called upon to come back to serve government hospitals. So all in all, not only students who are finishing up their medical degree, but there were also staff and nurses and doctors who already retired, and also other contract doctors from private sector who were being asked to come and serve in the government hospital. So I think the situation is very similar because without these volunteers, students who are finishing their medical degrees, and retired doctors, retired nurses, medical assistants, government might not be able to handle, all the cases that they were dealing with, because at that particular time, hospitals were being crowded with patients. And I'm sure the scenario is very much the same thing, where parking lot were being turned into ward, and hospitals that were located far away, they were being turned into hospitals that will place people who are very seriously ill. So I think the situation was very horrific at that time. We are really, really sad looking at the way things were going at that time. We were very lucky because government was able to at least ask retired employees, as volunteers, students, to come and help the government hospitals, because without them, I'm sure things were becoming more worse than what we were experiencing at that time. So, so that's why I think a lot more people are giving appreciation, to all these medical volunteers, those who help government hospitals, those who help people in terms of dealing with COVID crisis. So I'm sure the situation is also the same with other countries as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Martada. Yeah, so it's pretty similar, yeah, from Indonesia to Malaysia and maybe all over the world.
Yeah.
Okay, so for Rima, Denny Sanjaya, and Raymond Latif, if any of you wants to clarify and add more to the questions, you can raise your hand, and I will open the mic for you to speak yourself. Okay, so it seems all clear, yeah? Okay, now we will move on to the second batch of the questions. To committee, please all share again the next question. Okay, this one from Pak Hendarman from Kemendikbud Ristek. Question to Nabukira Madinah. To what extent that the new systems is able to reduce the corruption rate in Uganda, and what is the key performance indicators of doing so? Okay, how to reduce the corruption in Uganda, and what are the KPIs? Okay, and then the next question. Also, to Nabukira Medina, from Susmelawati, what is the form of the Ugandan government's assistance for the improvement of micro, small, and medium enterprises during the recovery and prevention of COVID-19? Okay. So how, okay, and then the third one is to Dr. Yang. Okay, oh, this is for the new administrative city that you mentioned in the first slide. That means that all civil servants also being moved to the specific areas? Is there any rejection? And how the government manage it? Because Indonesia will adapt this approach too, but it is still in progress. Yeah. Maybe to clarify that Indonesia is going to have a dedicated city, also like an administrative city, but for government in Banjarbaru. So maybe it's also the same like what Korea has done in the new administrative city. Okay. So that's the 3 questions for batch 2. We can start to answer. Mrs. Nabukira Madina for the 4th question.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, and the audience for asking this wonderful question. And the question is, what are the new new systems and their abilities on reducing corruption? The new systems, as I've said, we have legal frameworks, and we have a lot of institutions that Parliament and executive put in place to ensure that they reduce corruption. For example, the Auditor General of Government, the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, Public Accounts Committee in Parliament. All these have not been in position to reduce poverty. So if you want the extent at which it may not have been measured, but in my humble opinion, the fact that corruption is growing year in, year out, then the answer is to a lesser extent. Why? In my presentation, I showed you that the corruption index for Uganda is going high, and it is majorly in public sector. So where government bodies have been instigated to reduce corruption, for example, the Directorate of Public Prosecution, you will find that in there, the officers are corrupt because everyone is looting the country. So there is no way such frameworks are going to support the country in reducing until the only one solution is done. That is the President of Uganda, President Yoweri Museveni Kaguta, signing the only and one act that stops corruption in the country. You are either imprisoned and you refund the money. So there has to be hands-off public resources by public servants. Although corruption is not only in public sector, it is also in government sector. Now, the key performance indicators of corruption are known. You know, using the anti-corruption agencies, using the corruption index. These are standard World Bank. So they are the same ones that we will say that are actually applying for a country like Uganda. But in our case, I said, and I must say this again to this audience in this conference, in Uganda, we are not having corruption. We are having broad-day looting and theft at the highest order. So public and private servants, everyone is simply thinking about myself, my stomach, and my family. So that is why all institutions have collapsed. There is no good service delivery. If I told you, if I painted a picture of COVID-19 and corruption in the health sector, I've told you that all the people ran out of hospitals because everyone who was going to hospital was dying. So people have gone back to their houses and government has no data in relation to that effect. So we are reporting, alhamdulillah, yes, but only those statistics where a few Ugandans, maybe 5%, have the guts to go. I've showed you the poverty levels and the education status of the country, where people think this COVID-19, now the government is conniving to kill everybody. So the situation is worse where you compare corruption at its highest looting level with the poverty and education levels. I thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Nabukira. That's the fourth question. For the fifth questions, what is the government's program to improve the SME sectors, small medium enterprise in Uganda?
Thank you very much. The government wanted to recapitalize one of the banks so that they actually provide funding for the informal sector. That is the small medium enterprises that take over 70% of employment in this country. Unfortunately, that ended on paper. As I have said, Ugandans were about to die of hunger than COVID. Therefore, the government said, okay, we need to give out money. We are going to talk with the banks so that the banks can now reduce their interest rates. This was mentioned in Parliament. This was good on paper. But in practice, there are no small business enterprises that received one single coin of resources from government so that they can reinvest in their businesses, given that they are hand to mouth. For them, the day they work is the day they can eat, and it is the day they can earn. So when we are still in a lockdown, even now, the country is still on a lockdown, opening slowly in different sectors. This becomes very problematic because if you have not worked for months, the business is collapsing, government has not injected money, or they have not given you any access to loans with the reduced interest rate. So the only intervention that government did was now to look at those people and give them the $25 that I mentioned for 2021 so that they can buy food to eat. And for 2020,
Okay, so we will move to the sixth question for Dr. Yang Hun An about the new city administrative and maybe it's a benchmarking question. Okay, please do, sir.
Thanks. Okay, thank you. So, new administrative city, that plan started 2002 when at that time one of the presidential candidate issued as the presidential campaign. So he became president. That means more than half of population accept his proposal. So we prepared from 2003, and it was the very conflictual situation between President of the Republic of Korea and also Parliament, National Assembly, because there are some opposition party they opposed so fiercely in the case. But anyhow, at that time, National Assembly passed the law. That means whole government moved to the new administrative city, except the presidential residence, presidential palace, and National Assembly building. So from that moment, government researched the more proper place to move whole the government. So 2 years after, but 20 years ago at that time, from now, that was more than 40, 50 years ago, already several places are the candidate for the new administrative city. So after two years after 2005, National Assembly passed the law. but the Constitutional Court denied capital city cannot move, because though in our Korean Constitution we do not mention the capital city, Seoul is capital city, but it was the more traditional or public thing. Seoul is always the capital city, so the capital city cannot move. In the case of the government have to named and invent new administrative city. So from the distance from 120-30 kilometers from Seoul, there we evaluate the ground. At the time, the rural district lived there only 60,000 residents. So whole government appropriate all the land, and after build whole infrastructure, all things finished 2012, and from 2012 whole the central government department start to move. At the same time, the other public institute also moved around the countries. It is one of the regional balanced policy, because as I mentioned, around the Seoul area, capital city area, half of the population live there. So it was the great difficulty for the urban life. And now for the Indonesia also is a kind of a wicked issues and current issues. Maybe you have to have a more long discussion about the people. So around the people, if they accept, because now I see some crucial point is the climate change also. The climate change provoke some delicate point, because I think Indonesia have to move, I think, your capital. So, and as for the civil servant, first we all build infrastructure and the apartment, and we distribute the apartment to the whole civil servant move to there. It's the obligation. But the other country, they give a 5 minutes, for example, 5 minutes to decide. In other case, civil servant have to leave and change their status into the local government's public officials. Yeah, that's why we proceed. And at the first 2000, it finished the whole movement, finished 3 years ago. And actually 4 years, since 4 years ago, or the shuttle bus from Seoul to the new administrative city every day. Yeah, it's they managed 1 year of that shuttle bus every day, and after all finished, and so all the civil servants, theoretically they have to move to the new administrative city. In around the new administrative city, we have grand complex like a snake form. So inside there, whole civil servant walk there, and around their civil servants apartment. So the population now, it's 360,000 residents, yeah, from 60,000.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Young. Okay, so that's pretty much a benchmark for Indonesia, yeah. That kalau Korea has completed, but it is take around like 10 to 15 years to move the governments.
Yeah.
Okay, for the next batch, we still have some questions, and we still have around 10 minutes remaining. So to committee, please share again the questions.
Okay, from Denny Daniel from UI. This is question to Professor Nurliah Nurdin. Okay, it's a pretty long one. We think that religion is indirectly related to corruption because religion is not the basis of the state. In comparison with other countries which are predominantly secular, it is not even implemented apple to apple. For the case of Indonesia precisely, due to one, clean politician versus political burdens or political costs so high, so that the politician think more about how to return the political cost. And the second, strong national leadership role models that are less than optimal versus extreme political pressure. Jointly owned leaders have not been realized when elected. And the third, corruption eradication attached to curriculum versus a culture that has not been installed from an early age through education, formal, informal. And the fourth is buzzer versus critical and independent media. Fifth, strong law enforcement institutions and with integrity versus strengthening of the KPK should be carried out as long as the police, prosecutors, audits are not going well. Okay, maybe this is a question about what do you think about this contradiction in Indonesia? Okay, and then the next question. This is from Choki to Professor Alex Brillantes. How is the role of local governments in creating community participation to prevent the spread of COVID-19? And how the resistance to implement it? Okay, and then last question to Professor Ahmad Murtada. What kind of innovations have been made by the Malaysian government in preventing corruption in the context of handling COVID-19? This is the question from Hari Supriyadi. Okay, so first one to Professor Nurliah.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Keisha and Mr. Denny Daniel. I'm very much agree for your arguments. Yes, first, second, third, yeah, fourth, fifth argument is all in my thought. And then I'm thank you for sharing this. Yeah, in my conclusion, I'll also say that actually religion supposedly ban all these corruption acts. Unfortunately, even though we say we are religious countries compared to other countries, even though you say it's not apple to apple, but it's still interesting. What makes us as a religious countries, religious people, why should we still on the high rank of corruption acts? We are in the 102 level. What has been wrong doing on this level of government or level of us to combat corruption? As you mentioned in the 5, I'm very much agree. But bottom line of that yes, religious actually just in the private sectors they put it religious in the mosque or in the church, yeah, in the poor, but in the daily base, in the government's officials, they perceive their permissive action to corruption. Like, for example, giving such a thing, yeah, even a present, such a thing, a small thing for any services that people got, and it's become a habit, and it's become higher. And that happens in the political, strongly happen in the political when politicians bribe votes for votes. And that's also like domino effects. Yeah, once you pay for getting a seat, yeah, or for getting a high level in the government position. So the next step, how can you get some more money? And that's why there's some research showing that every time of election coming, the natural resources and the environments getting victims or getting disasters because there's a payback through this environments to any investment, for example. So how do we cope with this? As my answer before, let us demand for the more, especially in the pandemic era, there's a lot of money goes for people who in need, but do really deliver this money. So let us demand for more transparency in the budget use. I think that's one of the solutions among 5 or 7 solutions that I argued before. And I'll share it for all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Nurliah. Okay, for the next questions, for Professor Alex Brillantes.
Yeah, thank you very much. But very, very quick. In fact, I would like to have more discussion with Professor Norley about that, because you also referred to the Philippines there, no? And we're supposed to be a religious country, and like you, we have problems. Maybe the idea is not really religion. Perhaps it's really about leadership. Leadership by example. Number two, implementation. And I like the third part that you said, let us demand. The people should get angry. This is not acceptable. I think that's very, very important. But so thank you for allowing me to smuggle my question there. But the role of local government, you are so right. At the end of the day, local governments are the implementers. But you have to have a policy, a broad policy. Who will deliver the vaccines? Where should the help go? How to allocate. And you are so right, transparency. But to whom you have to have some, I guess, metrics. Is it the poor people? How do you determine the poor? That's why we should have accurate data. Because as you pointed out, even in my country, sometimes some of the rich people themselves are receiving this kind of help. What's going on? So there's problem there, opportunities for corruption. I've seen that. But equally important, I'll shut up in a while. Very, very important. In the Philippines, we have this paradigm called national government enabled, local government led, but people centered. It's very nice to hear that, but at the end of the day, can they lead it? So it's really this whole aspect of coordination. But I'm glad that our colleague from Uganda mentioned, at the end of the day, we also have to look at the role of the community. Resilience. Sometimes I say, in spite of government, because there are cases that government is the problem. There are cases when government is the problem. So can the people themselves be the one? So you're talking about resilience, you're talking about innovation, and you're talking about, to go back to my question to you about corruption, the people should demand. The people at one point should get angry, but we don't end up being angry. We should provide aspects, we should get involved. And I think this is the whole aspect of community resilience, community participation, and social capital. Social capital. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Alex Brillantes. And then next, Professor Ahmad Murtada.
Can you show again the question? Yeah.
Oh yeah, the question is, what kind of innovation have been made by Malaysian government in preventing corruption? Corruption and also in the context of handling COVID-19.
Okay. In terms of corruption eradication, government has taken a lot of steps, and in fact, there have been a lot of proposals that have been forwarded to the government, especially in terms of punishment, because I'm sure some of you are aware some kind of punishment in some countries like China. They shoot people to death, those people who are found guilty of corruption. So in some countries, the punishment for corrupted people are very severe. Whereas in other countries, the punishment is not that severe. In Malaysia, we have taken initiative to allow more power given to enforcement officers, especially Corruption Commission. Last time, sometimes perception of getting involved in corrupt activities is not enough for the enforcement officers to go out and apprehend those people. But now, when they've perceived that certain individuals, because they live beyond their means, probably they drive luxury cars, they have big houses, they have a lot more luxurious items. So by having that kind of perception, enforcement officers now have the power and authority to go and investigate the person. Prior to that, no. If the perception alone will not be enough for enforcement officers to go out and apprehend or catch people and bring them to be charged into court. But with the new rules and authority, so enforcement officers have more ability and opportunity to go out and investigate people who sometimes have been found to live beyond their means, especially government officers. Because corruption in government agencies is becoming a very serious issue in Malaysia. A lot more cases have been highlighted, and a lot more people have been brought to court. So that shows the seriousness of the government to tackle corruption issue. And so I think because the issue is becoming more and more serious, so that's why a lot more people have been pressuring the government to introduce stifle penalties, like probably jail time should be longer and fine should be more, and some kind of punishment, not probably similar to China, but I think harsh punishment should be meted out to those who are involved in corruption, especially government officers, because I think the reason why corruption is becoming more serious in the government is because people don't really learn, because the punishment is not that severe. So whenever the issue of corruption has been raised out, and there have been a lot of surveys being conducted to assess the willingness of government employees to get involved in corruption, the tendency is very high to get involved in corruption. One, the issue of salary, so because corruption has been very high in enforcement agencies, and one of the reasons probably being the salary scheme is not very not to say good, but probably not that competitive, because those enforcement officers who are involved in a lot of activities that so open for corruption, like immigration, custom, police officers, so the National Registration Agency, these are the agencies that are quite open to corruption. So I think government need to revise the salary scheme for those who are in these enforcement agencies, so that when the salaries are quite competitive, they might not be tempted to become involved in corrupt activities. And apart from that, I think stifle penalties should be meted out to those who are guilty of corruption, because I don't think now the punishment is that severe, and therefore it does not give some kind of discouragement to those who wanted to get involved in corruption. So a lot of innovation. I think one of the innovation being improve authority and improve punishment, but probably more need to be done, because every single day, we tend to listen to corrupt activities by government agencies, and if we do not do anything seriously, I'm sure it might become a pandemic. So now probably cases of corruption are quite sporadic, but if we don't control that, I'm very fearful that it might become a pandemic, and worst case scenario, it might become endemic, like what we are experiencing with COVID-19 crisis, no longer being a pandemic issue, is becoming an endemic. So hopefully the corruption level in our country will not reach to that stage yet, with the cooperation from government agencies, NGOs, and people. If they observe any corrupt activities, they should forward all the information to the relevant government agencies. So I'm hoping, because I have also been saying in the newspaper, I have also highlighted in the mainstream media that stricter punishment need to be meted out, and not to the similar case in China, but probably heavier penalties, heavier prison time need to be meted out to those who are guilty of corruption.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Martada. Okay, to wrap up the discussion sessions, we will have one more question, so we make it a total of 10 questions. To committee, please share the question. Okay, this is the question from Mr. Haris Fauzan to Dr. Yang. What are the most difficult challenges in formulating public policies related to handling COVID-19 in South Korea, and what is the solution to overcome this pandemic? Okay.
Yeah, it's very good question, but very difficult answer to find that answer, because it's always, I think I mentioned here in my presentation, followership. Maybe another point for in Korean society. Professor Brilliante mentioned the capital, social capital. In Korea, as social capital, we can say the familiarism. Yeah, we think about the family. So for the family, we have to always pay attention and do not close contact with someone who do not know, or we follow the government's guideline at the beginning. But now all the small and middle, and also small middle enterprise, and all the self retailers, they now they want to follow the government's order, because government order is always the keep the social distance is very severe. Anyhow, the last year until before the outbreak of the variant COVID-19 variant, that's the obligation of the wearing face masks, and the second is keep the social distance. No more two more people, and close all the restaurants, closed 9 p.m. So, or close the supermarket, also closed 9 p.m. But this year, little by little, we relinquish the set restriction, limitation, because myself also self-quarantined 2 times because of the some suspect patient. I was nearby there, though I myself self-quarantined 14 days. And the other thing is I went abroad, and when coming back home, I was also self-quarantined. So that's maybe that's the solution. But in return, the central government 3 times give all the people, all the population, the money, about $200 in US dollars, all the residents, the Korean people. And I think, fortunately, we can track all the places where the positive patient passed. And that's why the ICT network, fortunately, we finished already 20 years ago, 2005, finished it in civil society, and central government started at that time. They construct a whole integrated network system with so many fireworks, use only one email address, and that and also we don't use much the cash. We use all this credit card, and it's with transportation. Also, we use buses, trains, all things we use by the credit card. So very easy with the credit card tracking the people's roundabouts. That's the good point. But sometimes difficult was how can we keep the privacy secret. So we National Assembly, they make the legislation very strict legislation to keep the privacy. That's another point, I think. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yang. All right, so due to time constraints, we have to finish the discussion sessions. Apology for any questions that didn't get to be asked. Thank you very much for all 6 wonderful speakers for your knowledge and insight. That was very rich and soundful. Let me capture a strong takeaways that I got from these plenary sessions. About success factors for COVID-19, how to respond are quick and timely response, science-based policy decisions, intergovernmental coordinations, like it said, national to national, national to local, inside and out, outside to inside, and partnership with private sectors, business and civil society, collaborative governance, and etc. And like Professor Brilliante said, we also need government to provide the enabling framework. The discipline and cooperation of the citizens is still being needed, and of course the leadership leadership is the key to solve many problems in this in every country, and also transparency, and also we need trust for the government. So moving forward, it is very, very important to have and follow transformational leadership and to implement the collaborative governance. How to adopt digitalization in many areas, it will also help in developing the apparatus toward learning organizations. And learning from other countries, like from Malaysia, we also learned that every country also went several measures to mitigate COVID-19. And maybe the question is what's next? In Malaysia, they have created road to recovery programs. In Uganda, we're also facing same problems, yeah, like in Indonesia, how to recover is including corruption and poverty. And it is indeed a systemic thing that must be eradicated. And we cannot, of course, benchmark to South Korea with their government integrated data center and more advanced technology in smart e-governance, where they succeed to make the country gradually getting back to normal. Okay, so the key point is that we are all in the same boat, which is to recover. Thus, reforms are needed to address all issues being faced. Maybe I will let all the key speakers to give a closing statements for the plenary session for the forums. Okay, maybe closing statements from Professor Nurlia.
Okay, so each panelist should have a closing statement. Thank you. I come to conclude that all the speakers today agree that this pandemic is a challenge, and one of the challenge is the corruption. Even though Korea already in a higher try to combat corruption, but Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Uganda are still fighting for that. And then the solution of that we should demand for a more the transparency in the budget flows. People can watch, such as like I'm ordering some food. I know where is the food is. Yeah, how much is the food? Where is the transportation from the restaurant to my place? This should be also in the digitalization era. We should make a kind of transparency of budget delivery for the people. That's my conclusion.
Okay, thank you, Professor Nurlia. For Professor Alex Brillantes, maybe 1 minute closing statement.
Oh, very quick. Really, this has really been a great learning session. I'm happy that you allowed some of our colleagues from the Philippines to join. But yeah, first and foremost, when we talk about decentralization, it's really national, local. It's really intergovernmental. We should not be silos. That's very important. But of course, in terms of corruption, I think one aspect perhaps that we should all talk about, and I like what our colleague from Uganda mentioned, corruption should be seen as a betrayal. It should be seen. So, and as our colleague from Malaysia mentioned, there should be implementation. But at the end of the day, when you talk about corruption, it begins from within. How do you start from yourself? It need not be religion, it need not education, but still somebody who says, hey, I am in government because I'm there to serve others, period. I'm not in government because I'm for myself. Changing our paradigm, changing our mindsets is very, very important. It begins with me. It is for my love of country. That's why it is betrayal if I commit corruption. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Alex. Next one, Professor Martade, your closing statement, please.
Okay, thanks again. So what I want to conclude my presentation is that based on what transpired in Malaysia for the past 2 years, what is most important is that political stability is the key to any government's ability to manage COVID-19 crisis effectively. And in Malaysia, when we had political crisis, when we had political instability, it cost the government a lot of opportunities to manage its resources efficiently, because the time that is being spent to manage the political crisis were making the government unable to put its focus, full focus and effort to manage the crisis. So what I would say is that in any government in the world, political stability is very important. When there is political stability, politicians can work together with administrators to manage the crisis effectively and efficiently. without the cooperation from politicians and administrators, no country in the world would be able to get out from the COVID-19 crisis effectively. And we have seen successful countries in the world that are managed to beat the COVID-19 crisis are countries that are stable politically and countries that have a very good administrative system. So we have to learn to make sure that countries in the developing world, should learn from that, and making sure that political stability should become the utmost important aspect to ensure that government can do whatever it takes to help people, especially those people who are badly affected by the COVID-19 crisis. Thank you very much.
Okay, totally agree, Professor Maratada. Okay, thank you. Next one, Dr. Yang Hun An. Your 1 minute statement, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much. It was very useful and helpful information and seminars. Yeah, my last word is this: all the countries now are entering into the digital society, so maybe corruption can be stopped by in Korea, for example, CCTV, or in all the places, every CCTV cameras watches our behavior, obliged to be transparent or to be more clean. And the other side is very difficult to protect private life or privacy. So we have to much attention to that problem. So we have to always in our digital society, the permanent buoyant problem is between the privacy, keep the privacy and keep the private information, protection and transparency. Yes, it's the permanent issue, and maybe for us that's the unsolvable solutions. Maybe. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yang Hun An. Last but not least, Mrs. Nabukira Madinah, you have joined with us again. Mrs. Nabukira. Okay, maybe it seems she is still having technical issues on the internet connections. Okay, so on behalf of the committee, I will wrap up. That's a wrap for the plenary sessions. We hope you found this informative and useful. My apologies for any shortcomings in these sessions. I return the event to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mbak Kesia. Thank you, everyone, panelists, Prof. Martada.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kesia. Thank you.
Good appetite.
This is the digital. We could see each other from a distance.
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you all of the speakers. Wow, this is absolutely amazing. The speakers are great and their materials are so interesting. Maybe we can discuss after this. So how about you, Tia? You agree with my opinion? Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the conclusion of our first plenary session. Before we end this session, we would like to present the certificate to the speakers. The first certificate is for Dr. Agus Pramusinto, MSE. Thank you for coming. The second certificate is for Professor Alex Brillantes, Jr. Thank you for sharing with us. The third certificate is for Professor Dr. Ahmad Martada Mohammed. Thank you for coming. The fifth certificate is for Nabukira Madinah, PhD. Thank you. The sixth certificate is for Dr. Yang Hun An. Thank you. Also, we would like to give a certificate for IAPA as our co-host. Thank you for your support in this event.
We would also like to inform you of some points before we move to our second session, the parallel session. First, for the certificate of participation, please fill the attendance form shared by the committee in the chat. Second, we have organized total 23 workshops that you can join. Please check the schedule on your screen. Third, we will have a break for prayer and lunch until 12:25 Western Indonesian time. Fourth, we would like to invite you to come to the parallel session scheduled at 12:30 Western Indonesian time. And please return to the plenary Zoom meeting on time at 2:50 p.m. for closing and winners announcement. For all participants who need the information about presentation of the speakers, you can download at the following link on screen. While for publication agreement, you can access at the link on the screen. And finally, this is the end of the first session. I would like to extend our gratitude to all the speakers and participants. Before going to the closing of this session, let's welcome the traditional dance performance from the students of NIPA School of Administration, Jakarta. The Lenggang Nyai dance was created by an artist from Yogyakarta named Wiwik Widyastuti, who loves Indonesian arts and Betawi culture. The name Lenggang Nyai itself comes from two words, namely lenggang, which means swaying. and gentlemen, that was the Lenggang Nyai dance. The Lenggang Nyai dance was created by an artist from Yogyakarta named Wiwik Widyastuti, who loves Indonesian arts and Betawi culture. The name Lenggang Nyai itself comes from two words, namely Lenggang, which means swaying, while Nyai is representation of Nyai Dasima, a Betawi female character in folklore. This dance is usually danced at various art events, welcoming, inauguration, and various other cultural events. Indonesia will be a thick culture, customs that continue to be preserved cultural records. I hope that you enjoyed that show. And see you at the next session very soon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Administrative challenges in the rapid development of time has created a dynamic and diversity. Administrative science has also become one of the sources of values, moral, aesthetic, ethic, and guidance that accompanies development to address challenges. It has prompted the establishment of State College of Administrative Science, or STI-ALAN, which has now transformed into the NIPA School of Administration in order to meet the public's need for an excellent human resource through a quality vocational and professional education, as well as acquire the ability to face the administration and development challenges.
Selamat datang di Politeknik STI-ALAN Jakarta.
Initially, the NIPA School of Administration was established as the State College of Administration Science (PTDIAN) under the regulation of the First Minister's Decree of the Republic of Indonesia number 57 AMP 1960. Furthermore, through the Presidential Decree number 100 of 1999, PTDIAN was transformed into a STI-ALAN, which is designated as a service college to organize academic and professional education programs in the field of administrative science for state, official of central and local government, state and regional armed enterprises, as well as the Indonesian National Military and the State Police of the Republic of Indonesia. In accordance with regulation of the head of the National Institute of Public Administration number 15 of 2017 on organization and management, the NIPA School of Administration, starting in January 2020, STI-ALAN has transformed into the NIPA School of Administration to perform vocational and professional education not only for civil servants in particular, but also for general students. To achieve success and excellence of our education, the NIPA School of Administration has developed a requisite vision and mission. The NIPA School of Administration organizes three vocational and professional education programs, including the Apply Undergraduate Program, the Apply Master Program, and the Apply Doctoral Program, accredited by the National Accreditation Body (BANPT). The Apply Undergraduate Program consists of three following programs of study: Public Sector Business Administration (ABSP), has two concentration: Entrepreneurship and Marketing Plan. ABSP program of study is the only program of study in Indonesia which combines the science of public administration and business administration. Here are the vision and mission of ABSP program of study. Career opportunities of the ABSP graduates are entrepreneur, startup initiator with business management expertise and skill. The graduates are able to see business problems holistically and solve them creatively. Manager or administrator, as professional with business leadership skill and ability to create marketing and operational plan for a well-qualified company. Human Apparatus Research Management (MSD-MA) program with a vision of becoming an excellent vocational program of study in the field of Human Apparatus Research Management. In 2021, MSD-MA applied a one-step ahead learning method with e-learning that can be accessed from anywhere. MSD-MS vision and mission are career opportunities of the MSD-MA graduates are Human Resource Consultant, Human Resource Specialist, Training and Development Managers, Human Resources Analyst, Human Resources Manager, and many more. The State Development Administration (APN) has four concentration: Development Management, Archival Management, Policy Analysis, and Asset Management. APN is a program of study that focuses on science and the ability to implement knowledge of the field of State Development Administration related to government policies. Here are the vision and mission of APN program of study. Career opportunities of the APN graduates are civil servant in governmental institutions such as ministries, agencies, and regional government, employees of financial institution, manager or staff of the non-governmental organization, academics or practitioner in the State Development Administration sector, public policy consultant, social entrepreneur, journalists. The Apply Master Program of State Development Administration (APN) consists of four concentration: Development Policy, Apparatus Research Management, State Financial Management, Regional Development Management. The Apply Master Program of the State Development Administration has this following vision and mission. Career advancement for the graduate of the Apply Master Program includes administrator or public manager, consultant or policy analyst, lecturer or researcher. The Applied Doctoral Program of the State Development Administration (APN) has a vision of the realization of applied doctoral education program in the field of state development administration that is capable of creating graduates with integrity and competence in the implementation of state development through experience-based knowledge in 2019 and 2029. Career advancement for the graduate of the Applied Doctoral Program includes Policy Analyst Specialist, Inspector Specialist, Development Planner of high leadership level, Senior Consultant of Development Administration, Research Expert, Specialist.
10 alasan kenapa kamu harus kuliah di Politeknik Setialan Jakarta. Politeknik Setialan Jakarta merupakan perguruan tinggi milik pemerintah yang menyelenggarakan pendidikan terapan siap kerja. Hai. Mahasiswa Politeknik Setialan Jakarta berkesempatan mendapatkan beasiswa dan terbuka kesempatan menjadi ASN. Hai. Kami memiliki para tenaga pengajar yang berlatar belakang akademisi maupun praktisi atau profesional yang kompeten.
Dengan biaya yang terjangkau, kami melayani perkuliahan berbasis IT dan memiliki fasilitas yang lengkap serta berada di jantung kota Jakarta.
Mahasiswa Politeknik Setialan Jakarta memiliki kesempatan untuk magang di instansi pemerintahan daerah, pusat, BUMN atau BUMD, dan swasta. Lulusan Politeknik Setialan Jakarta akan mendapatkan sertifikasi kompetensi serta memiliki jaringan alumni yang tersebar di seluruh kementerian dan lembaga di Indonesia.
To support student activities, the NIPA School of Administration has various facilities and technology-based supporting systems such as an applied education information system, namely CPinter, which provides an open access academic and financial data for all students as a means to support the academic service. For students, the institution provides facilities as following: campus building, classroom, computer laboratory, library, administrative laboratory, mosque, volley field, multi-purpose building, garden, spacious parking, lactation room. In order to support student activities, the NIPA School of Administration's students were given the opportunity to participate in various student activities such as the Student Senate SEMA, Student Association HIMA, and Student Activities Unit UKM, which particularly include interest in these following scopes: sport, research, religious activities, art, public relation, martial art. As a means to support academic activities, the NIPA School of Administration also provides several activities such as professional and competent certification for lecturers, national and international seminars, book review, religious activities, new students orientation, graduation, welcome home activities for alumni. The achievements of the NIPA School of Administration, vision and mission can be seen by its success in creating graduates in all regions of Indonesia. The NIPA School of Administration has developed partnership with various parties of governmental, institution, and private sector, as well as being awarded by the Ministry of the State Apparatus and Bureaucratic Reform, also the National Archive of the Republic Indonesia for the excellent service and achieved management.
Mari bergabung bersama Politeknik Setialan Jakarta. Advancing competencies, bringing change. Mantap, dahsyat, luar biasa.